Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. Fantastic conditions and all year-round warm temperatures make Sotavento a paradise for windsurfing, kiteboarding, and wingfoiling. The up-to-date rental equipment of the highest quality is constantly updated. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
It is finals day, ladies and gentlemen, for the Freefly Slalom World Cup second round here in Fuerteventura on the south of the island in Sotavento, the beautiful beach just outside of the Mela Hotel and the Reniegli Centre. We are hyped up for a couple more eliminations and then the finals and that all-important medal podium at the end of today's action. The wind looks like it's back and getting better throughout the day. We cannot wait to bring you everything out on the water.
That is right. Just coming up on 11:30 local time. You can already see wings are on the beach, wings are in the water, and it is time to fly. We are going to be going straight in with elimination number 6, heat number 1 of the men. Before we do so, let's check out the action from yesterday.
What is our 4th day of competition here for the Wingfoil World Tour, and now we have Freefly Slalom. We did start our 4th and we will continue and complete our 4th today.
The winds are a little bit lighter today, a little bit more shifty, which makes the whole racing more technical. We're not going to see probably the highest speeds that we used to see from Fuerteventura in the past years, but it's going to be a really technical course, and it's going to be a lot about the tactics and how you're going to tackle the technical elements of the course to be on top.
Yeah, in comparison, yesterday was more traditional style, I would say, and today we have a really dense slalom down there, but first you can kind of make your moves, so it's a good balance, I think.
3, 2, 1, stop!
But very good start from Viola, closest to us. She's got windward, but actually hasn't quite got the speed heading towards that first mark. And it's very, very close and very, very tight between the two of them at the head of the field.
starting to have a look over his shoulder. No, it's going to be Gio who makes the decision. Then Tomasi is going to follow him.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah, but watch out. Great riding here from Capuzzo going into second position. This is what I call strategy. Oh, watch out. You can see Capuzzo is throwing out. Oh, he claims it to the drone. Forza Italia.
And even in the upwind, there was Bastien pumping a lot, catching with me. And then, yeah, I gave it all.
Kylie here, a little bit of a battle. Viola dragging that wing.
Got all the way down close to the mark. Now she comes to the line, and it will be Thwadiath who takes the victory once again.
All right, so we have a good start. And look at Kylie already out in front. Pumping has started. Change the wind. Kylie get it first. Yes, she does. Nia. Oh, we have a battle on our hands. It's going to come to tactics for that mark number 5. Yeah, okay, so, interfering there. So we have Mardeasi at the top. Nia is on the bottom. We got about 3 meters. Oh, Nia just touching down. So Kylie Belov has, with a beautiful start, has taken elimination number 5.
So I just won the second elimination of the day. So I went full in on this one, and I knew that was the point I had to check before the rest. So I'm happy that I did.
Closest to the mark seems to be the preferred place to be, although Tomasi looks to be going a little bit faster, and Ratotti in the middle of the screen going side by side for third position.
Oh, Romangio.
A little bit wide into the entry to carry the momentum through. Very, very tight here. Oh, it was at a touch of the mark. And it is going to be Tomasi again. Even with all those errors earlier on, it doesn't matter. What matters is now. What matters is the result here. And it's another victory for Tomasi. We are racing here on the water, and the first of our elimination number 6 is underway. Bastien Escobar, Sosa, Gasparini, Giulio, Benjamin May, Jeremy Rodriguez, and Wally Bellamo.
All right, so you can see Escobar there up the front. There is Anton Sosa in second position as they make their way to the pump. Eyes on Benjamin May there on the left as he is. Look at the power there, Ben. And there we can see Jeremy Rodriguez in the battle there for that 4th and 5th place. Let's not forget the top 4 are the ones that make it to the semi-finals. So it doesn't really matter how you end up in that top 4, as long as you are in that safe zone to continue moving through elimination number 6.
As you can see from yesterday, a slightly different course. We're coming out of the pumping area and turning to our left rather than right. We're going out of the bay. Then we get a jibe back down towards the beach and finish off with a couple of extra marks. And these guys are discovering where to go. I think Ben may have pointed his board just a fraction to upwind there, and Bastien Escobar has accelerated past him and back into the lead.
Yeah, you can see them going around that mark now. They're going to go into that zigzag section.
That's tighter upwind. That's why they're having to pump. They're trying to keep as close to the wind as possible. We saw Bastien Escobar really good yesterday at being able to do that. Benjamin May, look, is unable to stay that close to the wind, and therefore she doesn't necessarily matter. Looking at the angle from the drone now, he should make the mark. No, because they're going over there. They have gone past the mark. They've got to tack back up. Confused.
All right,
sorry, I thought they were going to the mark that was underneath our drone now. There's another mark up there. So they've got to go round that one. They've just gone past, but most of them keeping quite a wide berth of it. And now then they'll come back across the wind and back towards the finishing line. And suddenly, thanks to those upwind legs, Bastien Escobar has a massive advantage, and they're all squabbling over those important 4th position.
Yeah, you can see, so second Ben there looking like Anko Sosa. Yes, it is there. We can see Benjamin May. He's going to be in 3rd, and like you say, that battle at the back in between Jeremy Rodriguez and Giulio Gasparini. But now, as they make their way around that mark, it is going to be Jeremy Rodriguez, as you can see him out there on the North Ultra. But Escobar, one of the things we've seen throughout the whole competition, the technique and the tactics when it comes to these, let's say, harder course, or where you really have to look at the wind, look at the shifts, and get that angle right, he is coming out on top. So first Escobar, second is going to be Sosa, Third is going to be Benjamin May and Jeremy Rodriguez, top 4, going through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, we saw Julian Gasparini dead in the water up at that mark closest to the beach, where they were all battling over the same piece of water. And I'm afraid gets then left behind. So Gasparini and Walid Benhamou are your 5th and 6th position finishers. And the yellow flag already up for the second of our heats in men. Elimination number 6. Let's take a look at that table after 5 eliminations and see where we're at with our top competitors. 8 men will go through into the final elimination, and then there'll be a process. And the 8 at the moment: Sosa, Estredo, Gio, Zorzi, Ratotti, Capuzzo, Escofet, and Tomasi.
Yeah, you can see here there's only about a point or a point and a half in between that top 4. 2 points there for Alessandro Tomasi, who took the win in the last 3 eliminations. And that last elimination, Ben, remember, quarters almost lost it, semis almost lost it. It looked like he didn't have his feet, then came out in the final, all guns blazing. You're number 1 here for the final day. As we get ready, no flag in the sky, less than a minute to go.
So first important in that table, because that gives you an extra win when you go through into that final elimination. And then second through to 8th gets you through to it. And then obviously the battle for ninth will be very important. I saw Sebastiano Zorzi, who's coming in this heat, on the same point as 8th position, but sitting in 9th right now. So he needs a good morning. Ricardo Zorzi, his brother. Roman Gio in this next one. Tieles also, but we're only going to see 4 men out there because Victor Leroux is not participating today, and therefore all 4 will be going through. Good opportunity, therefore, as we know there's no jeopardy of elimination, to follow and work out the best way around this new set course for today. We were then going to change the course for our final elimination as well. So this is different to what they ran yesterday, and it will be different to what they'll run in the final.
That is right. There's a little change there. And there it is. So we have a good start. There we can see Roman Guillot out there up the front on the far end. That is going to be Victor Leroux. Down just behind him, Sebastiano Zorzi with the white RRD, and behind him is going to be Martin Tieles with the black RRD. But it is going to be Roman Guillot, your number 1 so far.
Yeah, no Victor Leroux in this competition today. So
that is going to be Ricardo Zorzi. Excuse me. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah. Ricardo in second position, as you'd expect. Had a very strong run of things on the first day of competition, and look how good he is through the pump as well. I'm not quite sure in relation to our camera. I think they are going away from our camera, aren't they? So, but still, Zorzi very strong in that area and has the inside to turn left and then head out.
Hey, you can see Roman turning on the jets. Your Gastra athlete out there with the double skin. Nil Pride rider Ricardo Zorzi. So they go further out to sea now. Here is where they turn around, where they have to gain as much upwind ability as they can, because they're going to be going to that mark number 5, which is pretty much in line with where they start off with that pumping track. Different strategies will be seen. Looks like you over here is opening up a little bit. And there we can see turning around. So they've gone past that mark. Now they have to tack their way back upwind. And as we saw before, waiting to see who's going to make that turn first in between these two. Watch out up the top. Sebastiano Zorzi, a little bit of an advantage. Okay, so Ricardo Zorzi tacks first. Roman deciding to take a little bit more time here.
Long, long way down towards the beach and in towards our commentary area. The mark, I think, is a bit to our left. It's off the screen. It'd be good to see that mark from this position so we know where they're aiming for.
Yeah, you can see it's just about going to be in line with the exit of the pump track. So they've gone up to the top and have to tack back upwind to be able to make it here. Now this is where it starts with that downwind section all the way pretty much parallel to the beach, and then that zigzag at the end to the final.
And that did not work out for Ricardo Zorzi, who's really struggling to get close to the wind. Sebastiano, his brother, therefore, moving up into second position. And Ricardo losing. They were side by side with Gio going through the jibe at the top of the course. And look at the distance that he lost on those upwind legs.
Yeah, Roman here nicely. He's got about, what would you say, about a 30-meter lead there from Sebastiano. And they're following along, trying to make it through. But yeah, beautiful angle there, as we can see. Your winner, Roman Gio, making his way through. Sebastiano Zorzi in second position.
And Riccardo Zorzi is going to be wanting to look back on our live stream on that one and work out where it went wrong. That early tack, perhaps, when he was out further in the bay rather than closer to the beach, meaning the wind direction different up there to where Gio tacked closer to the beach. And potentially that was the reason. They will know better than us because we don't have those sort of wind readings across the bay to understand exactly where the wind is at. But didn't work out for Riccardo Zorzi on that one. Doesn't matter, though. He goes through. Remember, top 4 go through to the next round. Points scored in the small final and final towards this elimination. Ratotti, Capuzzo, Granda, Umeda, no Luca Viome, and Josh Newman. So just one athlete to be eliminated out of heat number 3. Red flag up, so still a couple of minutes to go. Now, Luca Viome, the reason being he's was quite far down in our ranking after yesterday, down in 20th position, ahead of Walid Benamou and Joshua Newman, but deciding against continuing. Kind of pretty much impossible for him to get into the top 8 anyway. And there was the highlights of that last race with Martin Celles closest to us and the other 3 up at the top of the screen, going down towards the first mark.
And you can see Gio there just really throwing on those jets from the very beginning. And it wasn't up until after that pumping track. So now, as soon as they get out of the pumping gates, they go further out to sea. And then you can see on the far corner there, that next mark where they have to tack all the way upwind. And for some reason, Riccardo Zorzi, who was leading, mistake that cost him dearly because he turned early on. I wonder if he made a mistake on the course and then realized later.
Well, this is where he decided to tack away. I think he tacked away from Gio,
exactly,
didn't he? So not be too close, not have the interference. It wasn't really, not interference as in terms of physical interference, but you do get a wash off the wing, and that does compromise how your wing flies versus the guys around you. So he just decided to get away from Gio. Plenty of water to play with, but it didn't work out. And that's interesting information for our other competitors to watch out for, that perhaps the wind direction closer to the beach is more advantageous. In these light winds, we saw yesterday some big shifts when the gusts come through. That can go against you and it can go with you. And as the wind fills in today, we should see less of a difference between the gust and the normal speed of the wind. And therefore, that will be eliminated. The difference will be eliminated. Bastien Escoffier floating around in the front of our shot. And here we go for the start.
3, 2, 1, stop!
Oh, nice and tight at the top of the screen, but a little mistake there from the duotone athlete closest to the mark. Now gets the speed back on again.
All right, we can see there out front is going to be Francesco Capuzzo. Talking to him earlier this morning, he says, what I have to do is win everything, and then it depends what happens behind me. As he is currently in the overall position of being in 3rd place. Julian Ratotti there with him. As you can see, the Zaoli athlete right behind him. That's going to be Angel Granda. But look at these two. They're out on 5 and 5.5s, even had 6 meters packed together. Now, here comes the pump track. Let's not forget, when they finish this pump track, they're going to be going out to sea. Ratotti looking comfortable.
Yeah, took loads of momentum into that pump track as well. And he was really uncomfortable with the tack they had to do yesterday out of that pump track. Much better today. And they're turning left rather than right. Sure quite where Malik was going there. Didn't seem to tack with the rest of them. It was Capuzzo who I was talking about being closest to the outside mark, obviously with his gong rather than duotone. And good start from Granda, but he has lost ground in the first 2 sailing legs. At the moment, Ratotti and Capuzzo mirroring each other going down to this first mark. It doesn't seem too much of a problem to get to this first mark. I I do think a few of them haven't worked out initially where it was when they got to the back there. But now the guys have, and this is the real upwind mark, and then this is the real difficulty.
Yeah, this is the one where we saw, you know, before Ricardo Zorzi in first position and then losing it completely and dropping down to third. Both of these guys, Ratotti and Francesco, very good. Francesco is tacking right in front of him. So now the battle is, if we can, as soon as we start to see that one coming in to our screen, we will know Ratotti's a little bit closer. So Ratotti is going to be the one probably to be able to get that speed. But Francesco makes the move. So Francesco makes the move a little bit earlier. Looks like he's got a better attack, has a bit more speed. But now Ratotti timing it very nicely. And this is where we're going to start to see Francesco attacking. As you can see him on the outside. He's closing that distance. Battle for first and second is on.
Capuzzo, perhaps less strong on the upwind, but came out of that with so much more momentum. Now that momentum's been lost on that last jibe, and Ratotti's managed to get the hammer down once more. Interesting battle between these two, who are most likely to be seeing each other in the final elimination coming up later today. The run to the flag easy for Julien Ratotti from Nice. Gets over the line and completes. Capuzzo in second. Now, look at that. Malik Umeda looks like he'll be in third position, so gaining ground over Granda and Newman. And that's going to be one of the better results for the German.
Yeah,
and it will be Granda in fourth position.
So there you are, your top three. And 4 Granda going to be making his way across as we go back out to that committee boat. As the rolling is rolling very, very fast. Let's not forget we have elimination number 6 and elimination number 7 to do, and then the final elimination, which will define our podium. So heat number 4, Alessandro Tomasi, winner of the last 3 eliminations. Luca Gasperini, Goyito Estredo, Alberto Sizia, and Sasha Pader. Those are the athletes that are going to be battling it out. Of course, top 4 get through, so only 1 won't move their way through to the semi-finals as we get going here for the day number 5 GWA Wingfoil World Tour here for the Fuerteventura World Cup. Kylie Belouv on the screen.
Good opportunity to see the mast size and foil of Kylie. Obviously, not often do we see them out of the water. And the mast size there, about the size of her. I know a lot of you keen to understand exactly the sort of equipment that they're all using. Of course, the women, with their being lighter, will be using different kit to the men who are heavier. Some men that are very light will be using different kit. And as the day progresses, there'll be a change as well, because I think the wind is going to fill in enough that we may have to see some wing size changes as the day progresses on.
Yeah, at the moment, like for example, you take Kylie there. She's on the Firefly Pro there from Nil Pride. Then the R-Winger 65-litre boat. And then she's got a 112 mast with 470 front wing. You take the looks of, for example, Lilu David, one of the other female athletes. She's out there on 104, so a little shorter mast. Her board is the Thermic 55-litre, and she's on a 630 front wing. Of course, when it's lighter, you need a little bit bigger of a front wing, but then you do sacrifice speed and you do sacrifice maneuverability. So the go-to for our women today is around the 500 front wing, because of course you don't want to go too small, because if you do come down, and let's not forget there's the pumping track where you really do need to use the power of the foil to get yourself through those 2 gates. If you make a mistake and risk it too much, you could risk dropping down off of the foil and not being able to get back up.
And that absolutely kills you, doesn't it? And you're dropping off that foil to pump back up in these light winds. We saw some of the women just not able to do it yesterday. Yellow flag up means less than 2 minutes remaining before the start of heat number 4, elimination number 6. We'll go to elimination number 7 to allow for that second drop score in our general. We'll then be able to see, once elimination number 7 is done, the 2 drop scores being utilized within that full standings, and then we will understand the 8 men and 6 women that go through into the final. And there'll be a gap because they need to reset the course between Elimination 7 and the final elimination. So there will be a little bit of time between the two. An opportunity for us to have a look at that general qualification standings. These men and women for Freefly Slalom will finish their season in Abu Dhabi at the end of October, start of November. That's their third round. And that is on schedule. And that will be a proper stadium show that is being promised over there in the Middle East.
10 seconds.
Racing coming up then for heat number 4 of elimination
5,
number
4,
6.
3, 2, 1, stop.
Alberto's sister with that North sails, always good at the start, but sort of trying to crowd the others out. That hasn't worked, so look, he's dropped to the tail of our 5 competitors.
All right, so we can see there, usual suspect, Lisandro Tomasi is going to be in front, as you can see him with the Roberto Ricci designed a gold series. Behind him is going to be Goyito Estrella with the duotone, the unit D-lap. And then right behind him is going to be Sasha Pallier, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that's the F1 Strike V5 Alula. So it's all about the Alula at the front here right now. And then behind them we can see also Luca Gasparini out there on the unit by duotone. And Alberto Sizzi, as you said before, is out there on the north. But Alessandro Tomasi, he has been consistent over the last day and a half.
Yeah, not the first day, but the last couple getting those wins. Interesting to see that Sasha Pallier is up in third position. He's not really had a particularly strong run through our elimination phase, and there is a tight battle going on for third position because you would expect to see Gasparini further ahead of Pallier, but it all comes down to these upwing legs. Quite sure why Tomasi has bared away from the win there. Again, do they know where the mark is? There it is. Yes, look at the guys behind actually pointing further upwind than perhaps they need to. It's the first time they've gone out.
Goyito, what a mistake. Goyito pressing too hard and goes down. What a mistake there from the Venezuelan. So right now, we have Alessandro Tomasi on the bottom of your screen who has just done that tap. We can see a little bit further to the right. That's going to be Sasha Pallier, who also decides to follow him. Making the switcheroo as well is going to be Cynthia in the white on the top right-hand corner, and in the white on the bottom left-hand corner is going to be Luca Gasparini.
And watch Gasparini, because I think by being closer into the beach, we saw earlier that was beneficial. I reckon he's going to take some ground out of our front three here. He's taken a lot of ground out of our front three and gets right onto the tail of Tomasi after those upwind legs and moves himself potentially up into second. It's not been very good for Sasha coming upwind, and there's a little bit of a breeze to carry them through that next mark.
Yeah, you can see it's a little patchy on the inside on sometimes, as you can see the little ruffle out there on the water, but Tomasi in first, Cynthia in second, and here Gasparini making the turn in front of Cynthia, but of course Cynthia had that run in, so had more speed and has gone and overtaken him. This is a great run here for Alberto Cynthia. I'm going to say this is one of the best heats we've seen him do.
Yeah, absolutely, and unfortunately you can see Estrella in the back of shot there, back up on the foil, back flying, but as long as the guys ahead of him don't make any crucial errors coming into the run, Estrella's going to be out of this one. He's going to be out of the heat. He won't progress even to a semi-final, and that will definitely be a drop score for him. Tomasi over the line. Cynthia in second position. And then it will be Gasparini and Pallier who go through. And Goyito Estrella is going to be very frustrated with that one. Those then are our 4 heats for the first round in men's elimination number 6. They top 4 of all those progress through into our 2 semi-finals, where we don't lose any competitors, but we do re-see them into a small and a main final of 6. There's a start again. And unsurprisingly, at the top of the screen, Tomasi taking the first mark. Estrella in second position, and it was a good first mark run for Sasha. But here is the mistake from Estrella, losing control of the board, not having his balance over it. and just really just committing too much. I think the foil just came out of the water just a little bit, and which disturbed his balance. Soon as you're down in the water, such a long time to come back. And there was that great move upwind and wonderful sailing from Luca Gasparini to get himself back into the mix of things. Definitely coming further down the beach. It feels a little bit unnerving, but seems so far to be the way to do it. Red flag is up, and I believe we'll be moving on to the women's. And semi-final number 1. Nia Thwaieth, Bo van der Linden, Mano Dupé, Anna Rio, Lilu David, Leonie Trondel, Chantal Ferrero, and Zoe Sosa. And let's see the women's standings after five eliminations. Suarez with not a perfect score because she's had 2 second places. So one of them she needs to carry because she has lost out in the last elimination to Kylie Beleuve and also in elimination number 2. So Beleuve in second position. 2.3 points back, Nia Suarez. Kylie Beleuve over Nia Suarez. Here it is then. And then it's Ma, Viola, Bowen in 5th. And remember, it's top 6 go through. So Manon Dupé at the moment in 6th position. She's 2 points ahead of Anna Rio. But Rio carrying a 9th and carrying a 7th through. And dropping that 9th position. When we get to elimination number 7, you drop 2 of your worst scores.
That is right. So that is the idea also here for today, because after that 7th elimination and the 2 discards, we will have the top 6 women and the top 8 men that move their way forward. So stay alive and go to the final elimination. Now, already semi-final number 1, as you can start to see them packing together, moving their way towards the starting line. Here we go, Ben.
This a semi-final, so top 4 moving into the main final, and the bottom 4 going into the small final.
2, 1, stop. Good start.
Here you can see good starts. Miles away from the line, though, from our perspective. But out front, as we can see, that is going to be Nia Suarez with the pink helmet. Bowen van der Linden there in the back.
Oh, Chantal's gone into the water. She's dropped it halfway down the first leg. That is a real disaster for the Argentinian. Usually, this is her strongest part, the start and down to the first leg.
Yes.
But that could well be another small final appearance for Chantal. It's Manu Dupé in second position.
Yeah, looking comfortable as well. Oh, nice little overtake there by Bo. We can see Rios there behind with the Sigma Maui. And then Zoe Sosa, and as you said, Chantal miles away. Bo gaining speed on Manon.
Yeah.
Coming in on the top of the pumping track. Let's not forget, when they finish the pumping, they're going to be going out to sea.
Yeah, which means they don't necessarily need to enter it directly on the small buoy. They've got options as to where they go. Different direction at the end of it, which favours the other rider. The difficulty yesterday by going right, as Manon Dupé is miles away, giving a load of water to her competitors. By going right, you needed to get your feet in the right position. That favoured the goofy riders and not the standard riders. So today, it's the other way around to help those that had the other position.
Yeah, exactly. Even it's out, we have goofy pump tracks and regular pump tracks because, of course, there's athletes that are regular, athletes that are goofy. Regular being left foot forward, goofy being right foot forward. So, yeah, we're always trying to mix it up so that it is as equal as possible. Some, obviously, sometimes not as easy because of the landscape and how the beach or the location or the lake that we're at, where the wind comes from. As you can see, a beautiful shot here of Sotavento Beach. And they're your top 3 right now. Nia Suarez, far left. In the middle, Bowen van der Linden. There we can see Manon Dupé, Ana Rio, and there we can see the Paradis by Amelia. That opens the inauguration there yesterday. And to the left, the Inside Hotel by Amelia, also one of our main partners, and a big thank you to them.
So the mark that they're looking for is actually to the right of your screen. They can't sail directly to it because the wind direction doesn't allow. So what they're doing is sailing as close to the wind as it allows before then tacking across the wind, and that's a tack, and that was obviously a difficulty on our first day of competition where we had a tack within a triangle. Tack through the wind and then come back up close to the wind again before tacking back onto the mark. That is how you tackle it, and it's simply a case of the wind will not allow you to do the obvious course, which is go from buoy to buoy. There is the mark, and Nia goes around it. Nice sailing from Bo into second position. Just needs to look over her shoulder, see where that big mark is, turn through it, and off she goes.
Tackling with tacks, mate, is going to be the name of the game. But yeah, Nia there really nicely. They actually, if you notice the difference between the women athletes to the male athletes, the women have gone a lot further into shore to make it all the way up there. Let's not forget, I saw some of the women out on 5 meters, some of the men on 6 meters. Wind readings, we've got 14 to 18 knots at the moment. Yesterday, there was the occasional gust up to 20, 22 knots. So early days, it is just 12 o'clock local time. If you are joining us, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, as we are here for the finals day of your Freefly Slalom Fuerteventura. And there it is, your top 2 making their way through, as we continue on semi-final number 2 of the women.
So that's Swidiers and Bowen van der Linden through. Nice sailing from Bo on those last couple of legs as well. We haven't got anybody else through yet. I'd like to see who actually came 3rd and 4th. I think it should be Manon Dupé and Ana Rio.
It was definitely Dupé. It was definitely Dupé, as we can see on there. And for some reason, we have a standby flag. AP flag was up in the sky, and that's gone down. So now we will be 1 minute to red flag of semi-final number 2.
Red flag flies, and that means 3 minutes before the start of our next race, which is women's semi-final number 2. So top 4 going through to the final. Only 3 other athletes in this one, and they will go into the small final. And it has been pretty steady. There is a real separation between our top 7 and then our competitors 8th further down. Here is the replay. And Nia on the far outside with a great start. Chantal 3rd over the line. She is a professional sailor and foiling sailor, but she just touches the wing in the water there. Just look, and as it touches the water, it quickly trips her up, and it's incredibly easy to do. It's like the water is magnetic to your wing when it's up in the air. As soon as you touch the water, it drags you down, and unfortunately, that was Chantal's day done. She's got to then get back on the foil, and everyone else has already passed her. There was a mistake also from Twandell. Saw a few of that yesterday coming into the pump area. They get the wing in front of them, and then they just trip over it.
Yeah, I mean, especially on the lighter wind, it is very hard on the pump, because unless you have that momentum going in, you really do lose speed, and you lose speed fast. As soon as you touch down, which is when the board touches the water or the ocean again, you just get completely dragged. And to get that momentum back up, it is pure pumping power. So yeah, very important to make sure that you make it to that pumping track with that speed. And then, of course, today, difference is that instead of coming towards us, so instead of coming back towards the beach, they have to go all the way back out and then jibe around that mark. And then there's a big upwind tack. So a little bit of a different course here. Elimination number 6 of your Fuerteventura World Cup, as we have semi-final number 2, Kylie Belov, Mar de Arce, Viola Lipic, Sofia Giesinger, Zara Mayad, Hélène Simonet, and Lilu Balanka are going to be battling it out. Kylie Belov, obviously on a mission, as she is in 2nd position overall, compared to Nia Suadiez, as she trails by a little bit more than 2 points. She has had 2 elimination wins, and she won the last one yesterday. One of the things we've noticed with Kylie, if she has a good start, every time she's had a good start and started in 1st or pole position at that mark number 1, she has won the race.
And whether it be on the beach or in the hotel, there has been a serious face. She is here to race. She is here to win. She was in bed by 10:30 last night, and she'll be fresh and ready and fired up. She's here to fight. That is for sure.
There is no doubt. And there we can see 2 of the classics.
I only know that because the room's next door to me. There we go. We're racing.
All right, so we are off. Viola Lipic there at the bottom. You can see Kylie Belov, front and center, there with the purple nil pride, being followed by Mar de Arce there, but it is definitely Kylie that has a little bit more speed. You can really see that level of the setup really working well for her. And now, as she makes it to that mark, they're going to be surrounding it and going out to sea towards that pumping track. Mar, on the other hand, very good on the pumping. And there we can see Viola Lipic in 3rd, and that is going to be Lilu Balanka in 4th, Sofia in 5th, Zara Maynard in 6th, and then just trailing is going to be Hélène Simonet. Here we go, pumping track.
Yeah, Lilu Balanka has been really strong at times, and others has lots and lots of errors, so slightly inconsistent. But Mar looking like she may be slightly better through the pump track, side by side between her and Kylie. But Kylie has the water. She has the inside line into this turn, and she is able to hold the lead for the moment. But there's still that challenging upwind section to come. That's the next real technical part of this course.
Oh, Zara pushing away because Lilu is down. Zara makes her way through that pumping track, as she is going to be overtaken. Whoa, look at the battle here. Okay, so there we can see front and center. Kylie Belov is starting to power up. One of the things I love about Kylie, when she gets into that lock position, it is all balls all out there on the table. She does not let go at all and just locks her in. You can see completely solid.
But slightly tighter, unnecessarily perhaps. Mar able to show that she can perhaps sail a little bit closer to the wind. Oh, she puts the guy in the water and goes down. Mardelaf, now how fast are the people behind her to overtake? Viola comes past into 2nd position. I think Mar can still get through into the final if she can get up, because there's such a big space between our women. But we've got 2 more coming past her now, and that will put her into 4th position. It's going to be a real fight then. It's going to have to be a real big comeback for her to stay in that final. Kylie now clean at the front of the field. Viola in 2nd position. 3rd position is Balanka, who's pumped hard once more. And I think then Zara is maybe 4th, maybe 5th, because Mar is just off that camera shot to her outside. There she is. Mar's tacked. And Zara covering off Mar, but Mar not quite close enough. So we need those America's Cup graphics to go ding when we're like that high up in the air.
We'll get there.
Zara still hasn't tacked. She still hasn't come into shot. So she's really going close to the beach, and I think giving away far too much water here.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful to see here. There, the top shot with the crystal clear blue water. Number 7 here, numero uno. Kylie Belov, she's already making her way down. Here we can see, so it's going to be Viola Lipic. She's going to be in 2nd position. 3rd out the back was looking like Lilu Balanka. And Mar battling because she wants to get inside that top 4. Big mistake for her coming off of that pump track. But if she can get inside the top 4, she will qualify. Can brush off the cobwebs and go back to business. But right now, Kylie Belov and Viola Lipic comfortably. And here we can see smooth sailing. semi-final win there for Belouv. So both Nia and Kylie taking the win in their semi-final.
So we're having to look behind at the back of the drone shot here. Balanka, I think, is in third position. Viola's coming into second. And there's a real fight there with Mar getting herself back up into fourth past Sophia Gitzinger. And Zara dropping out a back position. So she really did make a mistake on the upwind leg. And I think Mar de Lath is going to get herself through into fourth position here. She's hunting down Balanka. As long as Balanka doesn't make an error in front of her and there's friction between the two of them. Mar very good through that tack. Balanka very good at pumping. Balanka is going to go through here, as is Mar. That'll be frustration for Zara, who is up into third position before the upwind legs, but finishes in sixth.
Wow, nicely done by Mar, getting herself back up to the feet, made the distance in the beginning, and it paid off in the end. As we move on now to semi-final number 1 of the men are going to be coming up. We already saw on the women there, both Nia and Kylie winging, of course, and winning their semi-finals. So you're 1 and 2, and here we can see the highlights. Look at this, really nice start there from Viola Olympics at the bottom. But as soon as they start going, Kylie, as I mentioned before, locks that position in, and it is pedal to the metal, and an unusual forced error there from Mar.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get the shot of what happened there. There was Balanka just struggling in the pumping area, which allowed Zara Maillard to come up into third position. But Balanka got herself back up on the foils and continued to dupe it out. Here's this mistake from Marjo.
Yeah, she just hit the tip and went over. I mean, literally very unusual, very unfortunate, but fixed it. In the end, got in that top 4, so she will be making it into the final. But I hope she hasn't hurt the wing there, because let's not forget, those foils are sharp.
Yeah, and she did. The wing went onto the foil, and then she went onto the wing as well. In the end, getting past Sophia Gitzinger, the 11-year-old German-Spanish Tarifa-based footballer. And over the line, Viola in second position. First, second, third, fourth, doesn't really matter. You're going through into the final. Unfortunately, though, Sophia and Zara, 5th and 6th, not making it through. Also in that race was Ellen Simone, who will go into the small final. Semi-final number 1 then. Bastien Escoffier, Anko Sosa, Benjamin May, Jeremy Rodriguez, Gio Zorzi, and Martin Tieles. 4 through to the final, other 4 into the small final. Waiting for the start. Doesn't look like they're too committed yet. Still with the wings above their head. In that position, they're not really creating too much force. Therefore, they're not too fast. Then as they drop across the body, more in that sort of windsurfer position, that's where they're then powered up, and there's a bit of squabbling going on in the mid-pack.
And we got a good start there for your semi-final number 1. Out there in front is going to be Bastien Escoffier, as you can see him out there on the Droid SP, starting to fly. Right next to him is going to be Ricardo Zorzi there with the purple Neil Prides. In amongst the mix in the middle, we are going to be seeing Sebastiano Zorzi also with the yellow RRD, looking like he is in 3rd position right now. Yep, he is going to be entering 3rd, and it's going to be a battle there for 4th. Anko Sosa making the turn first, but he is being hunted down by Mai and by Tieles. But without a doubt, Escoffier, your current heat leader.
Trying to work out who was, I think it was Jeremy Rodriguez, who was closest to the mark, but was really quite slow in comparison to everybody else going to mark number 1, and it's dropped to the tail of the field, even though it was a really, really good start from him. Now through the pumping sections, you can see different techniques. Benjamin May today has had his Weetabix. He is really doing a really nice job in those pumping sections and moves himself up past Anko Sosa, and that is crucial because that is 4th position.
Yeah, so they're now surrounding that mark and making their way along. Very even. I mean, you can see Bastien and Ricardo ever so slightly starting to get away from the pack. But look at the fight there. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. As close as it can be. as they now make their way all the way down. So you can see those 3 athletes on your screen right now. This is one of the important moments. Oh, Benjamin get touching the... Oh, a little wobble and a big wiggle there from Benjamin May, losing ground. So on your screen, from left to right, Bastien Escoffier, your leader. Ricardo Zorzi in the purple bottom left, where we can see Romain Guillot. Following Escoffier is going to be Sebastiano Zorzi with the white and yellow RRD. He's on exactly the same line. Older brother just going past it in front of him. And are they going to attack? Yep, Zorzi is as well. So now, Bastien, look at that. As clean as a whistle.
Well, once again, just really strong upwind. Gio is pretty good too. Had to slightly deviate his course around another competitor, but it's that is Gio through in second position.
Yeah, you can see the Gastro athlete there, looking like he is on, looks like a 6 meter if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so he's come up from 4th to 2nd on that upwind leg. Then you've got the 2 Zorzis. And now a bit of a gap, because Benjamin May's dropped back, as has Ancor Sosa. So the big winner there on the upwind, definitely Gio. And obviously, the Gong athletes, still great upwind. Bastien Escoffier now cruising to another victory.
So there you are. First position for Escoffier. Second position is going to be Gio. In third, Zorzi. And in fourth, Zorzi. Watch out, Mum. Put away the cutlery, put away the china. The boys are out to play. 4th and 5th. Oh, Uncle, a little skid there. As we hear sequence for the red flag coming up next. Semi-final number 2.
That's going to be frustration for Ancor Sosa, who's been in that final a couple of times. Benjamin May, obviously very strong in the pump, but making some errors in the upwind and losing water, losing ground. And ultimately then not making the right decisions on the sail upwind. Semi-final number 2 sees Ratotti Capuzzo, Umeda, Granda, Tomasi, sister Luca Gasparini and Sasha Pallier. And of that, Ratotti and Capuzzo going head-to-head with Tomasi. That's 3 very strong competitors in there. So it's going to be hard for the likes of Umeda, Granda, Sister, Pallier and Gasparini squabbling over that final spot into final of elimination number 6. Remember, in the men's, it is at the head of the field, Tomasi. Ratotti's dropped down to 4th position. Start of yesterday, he was leading. But other than if you can't be first, then it doesn't really matter between 2nd and 7th, really. Sosa sits in 8th position, but Sosa has just been eliminated. Sebastiano Zorzi, 9th position, has gone through. And Luca Gasparini in this one will be wanting to go through, because that's the battle for that cusp, for that 8th spot.
And there we can see that yellow flag in the air. And now, as you said there, Ben, big players coming out. Semi-final number 2, Alessandro Tomasi, winner of the last 3 eliminations, as he already has 3 under his belt and looking to continue on. Talking to Francesco Capuzzo yesterday, he says it's very impressive to see the young Italian. He's cold, calm and collected. Had a little wobble there in elimination number 5, where quarterfinals wasn't great, almost missed out. Semi-finals were worse and pretty much almost missed out, but then came around in the finals and absolutely flew. One of the things we've noticed with Tomasi, similar to Kylie, if he starts well, it's very hard to overtake. It all comes down to that pole position and who is going across that line first. If he can mark that difference there, he seems to really be able to hold on to that lead. Less than 30 seconds to go. Here we have semi-final number 2 coming onto our screen.
Looking a little bit more like they want to be on the same bit of the water. The men are a bit more combative, aren't they? They do like to try and, on that first leg, push each other about. And we saw that in semi-final number 1, especially a bit further close to the beach. There were 4 or 5 athletes trying to take each other's water and move around on top of each other. But seemingly the best strategy is literally just to focus on that first mark and fly as quickly as possible down to it.
3, 2, 1, stop!
Here you can see Grander at the bottom, getting a nice amount of speed as he's on there. But look, at the top already. So there we have Alessandro Tomasi, Francesco Capuzzo in seconds. There we can see on the Zauli is going to be Julian Ratotti. And a little bit further underneath him is looking like it's going to be Angel Granda. Oh, battle. Okay, Francesco answering back.
Wide though.
Oh, someone went down there at the back. Someone went down at the back. I got
Sasha?
a feeling that's Sasha. Yep, you're right. So now on your screen, Tomasi, black and grey, your first pole position. He is battling out with Francesco Capuzzo, but we've seen Ratotti before. We know he is very fast on this pumping track, and he has that inside line as well. Oh, looks back. He knows he's being hunted down.
Yeah, Capuzzo was not good in that first jibe mark. Gave water to the other two, and they took it. They went up the inside and happily. And so Capuzzo drops down to third position, leaving Ratotti and Tomasi ahead of him. Now they come to the upwind legs where we know the Gong athletes have been strong. And then there is really a good fight for that fourth position. We've got Granda in there, Umeda and Sista, and Gasparini too.
Yeah, so this is where it really starts to get interesting. It's on this mark where you can see these three guys are pretty much equal. Question will be, do they wait for Alessandro or do they turn before?
God, look at
As it seems now, you can see there Francesco Capuzzo a little bit further up, and he normally tacks last. Let's see if he continues to do so, because he's going to be waiting for either Ratotti or Alessandro to switch around. Oh, Tomasi! Tomasi is down. Incredible. Unfortunately, he is going to be spewing. Ratotti's turns, as has Capuzzo.
Now the question is, will Tomasi get up before the fifth athlete comes past him?
And here now they're going to make the tack. So Capuzzo is going to be tacking in front of Ratotti. Ratotti's going to want to power and get on that inside line. But no, Capuzzo is defending that inside line. Great sailing there from the Italian. Oh, Tomasi. That is not what he wants.
Looks like Umeda attacked really early. So the big red sail coming in fourth position. And now through the mark and going through to the final. That will be a much better result for Malik Umeda if he can hold on to it. The moment just ahead of Sista, which means it's Angel Granda ahead of him. So Granda and Umeda going through, and no sign of the recovery that Tomasi needs to get through into that final to join Ratotti and Capuzzo.
Yeah, there you can see the battle there. Gasparini and Umeda. Umeda out there on the X-Race by Vayu. By Vayu, as you can see, with the double skin. Spanish colors always left the open. Poof. Talk about risk it there. That jibe was way out. But managing to hold it together. But Francesco Capuzzo throwing down the hammer. As he said this morning, all I have to do is win everything. That's the only control I can have over this championship. And just wait and see what the others do. And even though they are friends, there is definitely a smirk on Francesco's face as seeing that Tomasi is out of this elimination.
Tomasi did not get through into the final of elimination number 2, and he's going to do that again. But don't forget, we are planning to do elimination number 7, which means 2 drop scores, and therefore he will carry the 6th position from his elimination number 1 and drop this one. As long as in elimination number 7 he has a good score. So it's not all over, and of course you want to just be in that top 8, but he may not be first and carrying that extra win into that final elimination. Another great start from Grande. He's got the starts down, but when it comes to the sailing, just a little bit weaker than the others. There's Capuzzo going wide as Palaye has a big old shunt at the back of shot, and that Capuzzo gifting Tomasi the advantage. And there's Tomasi going down. A good 25 knots.
Similar to what happened to Ma.
Boom.
Just hit that bottom corner of the wing and goes down. Costly mistake there for Tomasi. That is going to shake it up now. Opportunity for Ratotti, opportunity for Francesco, and opportunity for Escofet, as they are those top 4 to gain places. Let's not forget, if we make it through 7 eliminations, each athlete can scratch out their worst results. Obviously, Tomasi, this is going to be that one.
That was that very long jibe from Umeda that we thought he might lose the final spot. Luckily, he did not. But, yeah, lots of water given to the guys behind him. Yellow flag up, semi-final, no, small final for the women coming up.
Yeah, you can see Lulu David, Sofia Giesinger, Leonie Rondeau, Zara Maynard, Chantal Ferrero, Elaine Simone, and Zoe Sosa getting ready as they are less than 2 minutes to go. No flag, less than a minute. So we can see a little hazy here today. Forecast of the wind at the moment, we have 14 to 18 knots. Forecast is that it will be increasing throughout the afternoon, but the clouds are sockening a little bit. But as we get further and further along the day, normally those clouds burn off. The blue starts to hit the sky, and our famous Fuerteventura, the famous strong winds here for Playa de Sotavento, and looking for a great final elimination as we continue on here with your GWA Wingfoil World Cup small final. 10 seconds.
Zara's won 2 of these
5, 4,
already.
3, 2, 1, stop.
And they are miles off the start line. It is going to be Sophie Giesinger who gets over the line, but quite slow. So she's going to be passed by those with more momentum. Chantal to the far right. Zara in the middle of shot. She's 1-2, but they are 10 points back from 7th position Anna Rio. So that's going to be quite difficult for any of these women to get through into our finals unless the drop scores play to their advantage. Zara to the first mark in the lead.
You can see beautiful shot here as they're just being followed to that mark number 1. So Maynard in first, Giesinger in second, Ferreira in third, and it's looking like in 4th position we are going to be having Leonie Rondeau, if I'm not mistaken. But without a doubt, it is going to be Zara, and she's pulling away.
Yeah, you've got Ellen Simone Trondel out the back there with the 2 white wings. And Zoe Sosa actually kept herself up.
She has.
We have had, we've seen Zoe in, this is by far actually one of Zoe's best runs because we've seen her struggle in most of the competition so far. But there she is.
Simone pushing.
No.
So Leonie is down. Lilo David also off of the pump. Hélène Simone.
Cheeky.
Across. Nicely done. So it's going to be Maynard in first, as she's already surrounded that outside mark. Hélène Simone there on the gong. And if I'm not mistaken, yes, that's going to be Sofia Giesinger, your top 3.
Yeah, that was really nice from Simone, wasn't it? Carried the momentum, didn't drop off the foil, most importantly, and moved herself up into 2nd position. But there's still a lot of the course to come for these women. The upwind legs, a real strategic battle. And let's see if anybody makes mistakes. Where has Zara decided to go? Because last time in the semi-finals, she gave away a lot of water with her strategy of going downwind. There's also the thing of literally the sailors aren't able to sail that close to the wind. It's not necessarily the kit or the wind, but sometimes it's just literally your strength. And look at Simone versus Sofia there. Simone much closer to the wind than Sofia, and giving away a bit of ground, Giesinger, by not being able to be close to that wind. Zara's down by the finish, so she's done the same thing as last time, gone really, really far down the beach. And I think Giesinger has maybe not an advantage because obviously the mark is on the left-hand side they're aiming for.
She's closed the gap.
But she's definitely closed the gap.
Yeah, without a doubt. So you can see that mark on the far left is the one they're aiming for. Now, is Giesinger going to change first? Has a little look-see. Zara Maynard also having a look-see to make that tack. Yep, Sofia is going to be tacking first for sure. She has more distance.
But as you go, well, you say that, she's carrying on.
She's carried on. She's got more than enough angle to already hit that mark. So tacking a little late there.
And as you go out into the bay, I think the wind direction is a bit different. Zara has managed to make it round, but blimey, Sofia Giesinger has given away huge amounts of ground, and it's Lilou David now who comes up into 2nd position, having sailed the upwind leg better than the rest.
And you can see Simone also. So
Giesinger's gone to last.
Yeah, Giesinger has gone to last inside that top 4. But no, so small final, so every place counts. But yeah, Giesinger going too far out, had the angle, and that's going to cost her. You can see her speeding up here, but now they're surrounding that final mark. Your small final leader, she is going to be crossing that line in first position.
As she has done twice before, so 9th position in elimination number 6 for Zara Maya. But as I said before, if she wants to get into that top 6, she really needs to be in the final and stealing points off some of her competitors like Anna Rio and Manon Dupé. And I think when she gets it all together, she's capable of doing it. But there's been a few more errors that have crept into her repertoire. And it's obviously still difficult to make the decision on that upwind leg. It's not about strength or power or men versus women. It is simply about strategic decisions, as we've got another crash for Chantal, I'm afraid.
All right, so there we have it, your small final. As we go back out to the men, as we have the small final of our men coming up. As you can see, that red flag already in the air. Once again, we have about 14 to 18 knots. And here we have them. Benjamin May, Anko Sosa, Jeremy Rodriguez, Martin Tieles, Alberto Sizia, Alessandro Tomasi in the small final after that mistake. Angel Granda and Sasha Pallier. So, small final of your men's Freefly Slalom. As we get ready, and you can already see a little less haze there. We can see Sofia Macchetti, one of our Italian athletes. And there also the younger of the Suadias, who putting on a solid performance out there in the surf freestyle. As everybody down here on the beach checking out the racing and checking out the speed on the course.
So Anko Sos has been in this small final 3 times, but he's actually in elimination number 1. He was able to finish 4th in the main final. That's helped him up into 8th position right now. But Sebastiano Zorzi at the moment has the same amount of points as him, and Luca Gasparini is only 2 points back from him. So Sosa really needs to eliminate the damage here by winning this. That's going to be hard, though, because we've got Tomasi in there as well.
Yeah, Tomasi, he has 3 elimination wins already, so unusual for him to be here. There you can see everybody just chilling down on the beach. You can see Zoe Sosa, Mohamed. So great to get the vibes down here in Fuerteventura as we get ready to go, Ben.
Number 30 was in a triangle. 3-0 men.
All right, so it looks like somebody was in the triangle in that final minute, so they are not going to be able to go.
So that means that there's a no-go zone between the boat, the mark, the start mark, and the first mark, which creates a triangle you're not allowed to be in 1 minute before the start. You're basically not allowed to be in front of the start line before the start. You need to be behind it.
Yes.
And somebody has been identified as being in that area.
3-0 by the sounds of it.
3-0 is not in the race.
Okay, well, so we continue on.
3-0 is Luca Gasparini, who is in the main final. So hopefully everyone's all good for this one.
All right, and we're off. Oh, I tell you what, Sasha Pallier right in the middle there had a nice start, but now they start to power through. Tomasi up the top. There we can see Granda in the ozone in that second position as they start to move away with the purple, and yellow is going to be Benjamin May. But Tomasi flying. So Tomasi, May, Granda, Sosa looking like Pallier and Tieles, your top athletes as they come around that mark number 1.
Looking again at Anko Sosa's start, right in the middle of the start line, and he gets himself, been there the last couple of times, gets himself in trouble with people around him by doing that, and it doesn't get the cleanest of runs as Granda having to switch hands with his wing to put it in a better position. It's not being particularly good, and it's tripped him up. It's being not very well behaved, and it's put him in the water. Oh, that's real frustration.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Granda there, going down, as you say, getting caught up with that win. But there we can see Benjamin May as he makes his way around that mark. Here is Anko Sosa. Oh, watch out. There we can see Sasha starting to attack. And Alessandro Tomasi already way out in front. So May second, Sosa third, Pallier fourth, and Tielis fifth. So you can see Pallier and Tielis here on your screen, right to left.
So those are our athletes at the back. Where are athletes at the front? It looks as though we still have not got Grande back up in the water, so he is way out the back. There's Benjamin May, and the wind has shifted, hasn't it? The direction in which they're able to travel, unless it's just the angle of the drone, makes it... Oh, no, it maybe is the angle of the drone. I feel like they're able to go a bit further towards the beach directly.
And there, Tomasi on your screen, as he's already made that long tack, as he will be going back. And there's the second to go across that line. So now this is where it's going to get interesting for that third, fourth, and fifth position. Benjamin May closest to the mark makes the move. Sosa makes the move. As does Cynthia, excuse me, Jeremy Rodriguez out the back together with Alberto Cynthia. So May in second. There is Sosa in third. So they're now out on 5 meter wings. That has improved. Alberto Cynthia also starting to battle it out in between the friends and Jeremy Rodriguez. So 3 friends here battling it out in the small final of the World Cup.
Notice Cynthia is on a 4.8. Easy to read, and that helps us a lot. But as the wind changes, having to make those beach decisions as Tomasi comes across the line. 9th position for him, first in this small final. Ben May comes across the line in 2nd position, and that actually represents one of his second best score. Third best score. Sosa across the line in 3rd, which equates to 11th position. So again, another 11th for Sosa. That's his 3rd. And I can hear the radio call for the final of the women's coming up. But big disappointment for Angel Grande, who was looking really, really strong in that pumping section. But I'm afraid, kind of tripped himself up, trying to switch hands with the wing. And then it got in front of him somehow. And let's have a look at some of the highlights of that last one then. And look what I talk about with Sosa. Always kind of in the middle of the line. And then you've got people and turbulence, all things going on.
Yeah, you can see, Tomasi always starting off at the top, which was most of the top athletes. They want to have that clean section and that clean line. And powering through, of course, he's been an elimination winner. Unusual to see him. There's that crash there from Grande as he touched that wing, as you mentioned. But there, Alessandro Tomasi, your number 1 as we continue on to our big final of the women. And there was Rodriguez going down at the very end there.
Very close with Cynthia. I wonder whether there might be some discussions about whether there was contact between the two of them. Means that Rodriguez sailed those last couple of marks really, really well. Women's final then. Nia Suarez, Carly Beloeuvre, Bowen van der Linden, Viola Lipic, Manon Dupé, Lilu Balanka into final. Anna Rio and Mardelas. So that's Lilu's the one that hasn't always been in the final. She's sometimes been in the small final. When she was in the final in Elimination 2, she finished up in 7th position, beating women's final coming towards the 2nd mark. The wind has really dropped, though, having to pump through into that first jibe. Kylie Beloeuvre leads. Suarez in 2nd position, coming to the pumping area. Then it's Dupé and Mardelas in 3rd and 4th position. Leading 2, clear of the rest. Kylie looks good there. She just needs to get to the end. There is Bowen, who's very, very strong in the pump. She goes flying past Manon Dupé, the young 16-year-old from Guadeloupe. And not quite sure whether that puts Bowen up to 4th position behind Mar. And here's the battle with Kylie at the head of the field. And Nia, we are waiting for them to get to that top jibe. And now they head upwind. Now the tricky sailing and spotting those little bits of breeze, that fluky wind. Quite sure what Nia's doing there. Either stretching her arm or something like that, giving somebody a wave. But Nia in second, and then there's the battle for third. Bo trying to get her feet in the right position. That's compromising her speed and allowing Ma to get away. Oh, Nia so much better through that mark.
Yeah, you could see the speed. There's about, what would you say, 10 meters in between them right now. Wind is on the lighter side. Just stuck my head out. We apologize for that freeze, but we are back as the wind is definitely dropped to bits. Next up is going to be the men's final, and I know the race crew are looking at conditions still suitable, but they have come all the way, pretty much all the way. That's almost into shore. So it's going to be Kylie wraps around first. Nia deciding to continue on. So all the way up the top is that mark. There. At very one, right in front of the boat on the top left-hand corner, just underneath the logo. Nia a little bit further behind. So Kylie is going to have to time this. She's timed it very well throughout the rest of the eliminations. But you can see Nia speeding and Bo at the top, like you say.
Yeah, because the wind is so different in different parts of the Bay Area. And, Nia snatched it from Kylie on the upwind.
Beautiful move there from the Spaniards. And Kylie is going to speed if she wants to catch Nia here. Absolute great move there from Nia Suarez, taking the advantage.
She's not going to like that at all, especially as the wind had started to fill in behind them as well. So they were really in a light patch. And Kylie's trying to sail faster in these last couple of jibes. But I think Nia has got it. And that was Bo coming across. No, that was somebody else coming across her bow. A win for Nia Suarez thanks to a great upwing sail. Kylie in second position. I think it will be Ma in third. Maybe Bo wasn't so clever with tacking early. I thought initially it looked good, but it's just so hard to tell. And she has actually maintained that fourth position behind Ma. But remember, Ma was swimming in her semi-final. We didn't think she would make it through. But all that matters is the points at the end of the elimination, and it will be points for third for her.
So there we can see third, Mara de Arce. Fourth is going to be Bowen van der Linden. As coming up next, we will have men's final of elimination number 6. Viola Lipic just coming across the line.
Yeah, so Manon coming over the line, then Viola, which means Bo has taken points out of Manon in that battle for 6th position. Men's final then. Bastien Escoffet, Romain Gio, the two Zorzis, Capuzzo Ratotti, Luca Gasparini, and look at that, Malik Umeda in the final. I think this is for his first final that we've seen so far. So that will yes, it is. So that will really, really help his position in the overall. At the moment, it's 17th. Gasparini, though, needs a good one. He's 10th at the moment, but only a couple of points behind 8th. And we've seen Ancor Sosa not have a good run in the small final. Sebastiano Zorzi is 9th in the general and is just 2 points ahead of Gasparini. And that is for that 9th position. Only top 8 go through. And one of those two presumably will pass Sosa because Sosa is on the same points as Zorzi at the moment. Otherwise, it is the top 7 in the final.
All right, there we can see Zama and Lilu David. Zara, couple changes.
Maybe, yeah.
A little bit of a gear change. You can see the big watch on their arm where they time the starts and the flags to fly across just as that second 0 hits and the green flag goes into the sky. And you can see Malik there with the X-ray sort of on value as everybody starts to pack themselves together. Ratotti there on the right-hand side. Zorzi in the middle. There's Zorzi. And there comes Francesco Capuzzo, your big final.
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so it's going to be Bastien Escoffet in first. In second position is going to be Francesco Capuzzo. Third is going to be Julian Ratotti. And in fourth is going to be Romain Gio.
They're having to pump as they come towards this first mark, trying to generate as much speed as possible. There's a breeze behind them, but it hasn't caught them up. So having to work hard as they come into the first jibe. All seems quite sensible right now. We've got 7 athletes in, so we are missing one from the start. quite sure who that will be because it's not Malik Umeda.
Yeah, and there you can see it doesn't get much closer than that. All right, so Bastien Escofet on the pump as he's regular. You can see here Francesco, he's aiming to that top mark already. A little bit of a trail there from Bastien, so he's going to be losing a little bit of speed. Ratotti, hello.
Great move from Ratotti.
Francesco off of the foil. That's devastating for him. It's going to be very hard to catch these two if they don't make a mistake. Ratotti is firing. Here we go. Battle on the water bend.
Ratotti being forced to try and go round the outside. It didn't work out for him on Escofet. A little bit of ground then to the Gong athlete. Then Capuzzo holding on to third position, but definitely losing a lot of ground for the victory. No sign of Gio, but watch out in his upwind because we saw Romain Gio very, very strong in the upwind of the last race. But every single time they get round this mark, that upwind has changed and Ratotti can't stay as tight to the wind as the Gong athletes, having to go further downwind. There is Gio directly behind Capuzzo, and we've got one of the Zorzis tacking very, very early.
All right, well, this is where it's all at. This is where the moves are made. So first is going to be Bastien. Francesco still not tacking. Now he does. Romain Gio there as well. Oh, wait a minute. Francesco could be getting in underneath Ratotti. He is. Francesco made it. Gio might be getting underneath Francesco. No, he isn't. So great move there from Capuzzo. Let's not forget, it is Capuzzo overall third at the moment. And then when it comes to Bastien Escofet, he is overall second. So a great run there from Capuzzo to be able to get back. But Bastien from the beginning throwing down that hammer.
And Ratotti trying to fight back on Gio because he's lost 2 positions on the upwind leg. But now as he comes further downwind through these jibes, he is starting to sail better. Bastien Escofet comes towards the line, takes victory number 2 for him in the elimination section. It is going to be Gio and then Ratotti in third and fourth. There'll be some frustration from Ratotti on that one. And we've still got a battle going on for 5th position here. Very, very tight, and every point counts here. Is this the 2 Zorzis?
The 2 brothers. So it's going to be Ricardo Zorzi goes through. Sebastiano Zorzi as well. But Bastien Escofet, that is really going to add and do some damage because let's not forget, Tomasi, very bad result in this one. Escofet, couldn't be a better result with a win. Francesco Capuzzo in second. So, of course, we now move into elimination number 7 when that second discard would happen. But Bastien Escofet looking on the upper hand.
So Malik Umeda coming over in 7th position. The reason why we only had 7 was Luca Gasparini, we heard on the radio, was not allowed to start this for being in the triangle in the previous race. So that is why we only had 7 competitors. Luca Gasparini therefore DQ'd out of this one, and Malik Umeda picking up points for 7th. Here's some of those highlights once again. The 2 gongs closest to the outside mark, as we've seen all day long and all day yesterday. And they go through Mark 1 as first and second. But Ratotti was really strong here. He got underneath Capuzzo. And I wonder whether that's why Capuzzo then lost his rhythm. Again, Ratotti strong in the pump. Cuts underneath Capuzzo. And it's there, exactly there, where Capuzzo drops off the foil. So it was not interference, but maybe distraction from Ratotti. But Ratotti not strong on the upwind and giving away 2 positions before they started to go downwind again.
Yeah, and Bastien we've seen time and time again, very strong on the tactics. And taking elimination number 6 across the line in first position. So now we will be moving on into elimination number 7 of your Freefly Slalom down here in Fuerteventura. And there he is, the main man, your winner. And that's a smile numero uno, number 1. Congratulations there, Bastien, as we will be right back.
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. Fantastic conditions and all year-round warm temperatures make Sotavento a paradise for windsurfing, kiteboarding, and wingfoiling. The up-to-date rental equipment of the highest quality is constantly updated. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise. Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. Fantastic conditions and all year-round warm temperatures make Sotavento a paradise for windsurfing, kiteboarding, and wingfoiling. The up-to-date rental equipment of the highest quality is constantly updated. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
Hello everyone, we are back with the red flag up for the start of elimination number 7. We'll go through the heats of the men and then we'll have the semi-finals and finals for both the men and the women. This is our final elimination round, 7 of 7. We will then be allowed to discard 2 scores and we will have a result that will dictate 6 athletes in the women and 8 in the men. And there is, I think that is the result so far. Escoffier and Capuzzo first and second, Ratotti third, Tomasi in fourth, Zorzi, Gio, Estredo and Sebastiano Zorzi, your 8 going through. So actually, though it's not particularly pretty, it shows that Ancor Sosa has dropped from 8th position down to 10th after those last results. Luca Gasparini has dropped down as well, as has Benjamin May. And actually, May, with a total of 47 points, is 10 back from Sebastiano Zorzi, and therefore, almost impossibly, will not get through. So, Gasparini sitting on the bubble. Interesting that yes, he was not able to take the final, was he? But he still scored points for 8th position by the looks of things. And so that keeps him in the mix for that top 8 progression. Sosa needs a big one. But of course, it changes quite a lot when we get to elimination number 7, because then we take away 2 scores. And at the moment, we're still counting the majority. We're only dropping 1. So yes, there's a guide there. But you'd have to do a lot more maths to work out who's in a really good position or not.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you look at Tomasi and he has a 10th and a 9th, so he's going to be able to drop both of those results. Now is where it really does start to get the old mix-up and the old switcheroo. Your elimination number 7, heat number 1. Romain Guillot, Sebastiano Zorzi, Ancor Sosa, Martin Tieles, Giulio Gasparini, and Luca Biamet are going to be joining us out here.
So no Luca Biamet. He is not participating today, which leaves us just 1 eliminated out of this one. And they do get eliminated in these heats. They won't progress through any further.
Good to know. All right, so.
Looking at Ellen Simonet, the number 50 at the front of shot there. She had a good one in the last one.
Very much so.
No eliminations as such in the women's because we have less than 16 and therefore 15 women, they all progress from their semi-finals into the finals, but with heats in the men's, we need to get down to that 16 from...
All right, so just been told there, same heat order, so we will be running all of the heats, even though it looks like there's going to be some heats with maybe 4 or 5 athletes in. But back to the action, heat number 1.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good start.
All right, good start there. So up the top, that's going to be Romain Guillot. We can see Sebastiano Zorzi with the white and black. They're coming down. It's going to be Ancor Sosa. They're in 3rd position. Here at the bottom is going to be Martin Tieles and your last athlete so far, Giulio Gasparini. Oh, Tieles almost going down.
Well, the 2 of them at the back there being caught by a little light patch. Oh, and nearly Tieles go. Yes, he does go down again. So that is elimination for Tieles. It was looking a bit sketchy for him all the way along that first reach, and unfortunately he has gone down now. There's somebody practicing that first reach. So these 4 athletes then that are heading into the pump zone, almost guaranteed to go through if they don't make any errors. And the position, it doesn't matter at all. They'll all progress. So worth saving your legs if you can, through the pump track. And not push too hard, because without a miracle, I'm not sure we're going to see Martin Tieles back in the competition in this particular heat.
And there you can see beautiful shot there of the Gastrojet. That double sking wing. Flying. Ooh, Sebastiano there. Leaving the door open for Gasparini. Gasparini is out on a 5 meter, so on quite a small wing. Not really being able to get the speeds. There we can see Ancor Sosa hunting him down as they've made their way all the way into the... We saw on the women's, they came all the way in. So it is going to be Gasparini in 3rd, Sosa in 4th.
And Gasparini's, you can see visibly how much smaller his wing is comparison to the other guys. Sosa's got a pretty big wing in comparison by the looks of things. Because to my not professional eye, Gio's got a relatively big wing in the same sort of sense as Sosa there, but the other two looked quite a bit smaller. Sebastiano Zorzi in second position. And we're trying to work out what is best in this upwind leg. Everything changing, moving around. We're pretty much low tide now. Turn of the tide is in about an hour's time. And then it will start to come back in. And with that comes the wind as well, usually.
So let's go.
Oh, Sosa's down. Not totally down, though. Not a big crash, so he can get himself back up on the foil and continue.
Is he going to be able to make that mark without tacking again, though? It does look like he does. And we can see in the back. So, yeah, goes down, but still going to be inside that top 4. Yeah,
no sign of Thierez. So I'm afraid Martin is going to be eliminated, and that will be his last race then, because elimination out of this heat means you don't get into the semi-final, and this is elimination number 7. So we say thank you to Martin Thierez, who's down in 15th position overall with a total of 71 points, playing 11 points for our leader. Be nice and calm for our heats as we get a victory for Gio. Zorzi Sebastiano in second position. Should be Giulio Gasparini in third, and then Ancor Sosa in fourth spot.
So they are going to be the ones that move their way forward. Now, Francesco Capuzzo is going to be coming up next. Your current second rank overall. Bastien Escoffet, your number 1. As this elimination has to be an important one, because let's not forget Capuzzo, he has a 9th that he's going to want to drop that he did on that first discard. And now let's have a look. His second worst one would be 5th.
Here are those highlights again. Let's have a look at Martin Thierez. What was the problem again? It's a wing in the water. He gets the wing back out of the water, goes high on the foil, but then loses balance and kaboom into the drink. And that was it. And that then sort of everybody else can settle down now because they know they're going to go through.
Yeah, exactly. You can see Gasparini here noticeably on a smaller wing than the rest of the fleet, but manages to get inside that top 4. Means he's going to be making his way into the semi-final. And
why would he go bigger? Why? Is it just because he doesn't have that available to him, or because he can't deal with it, or why would you be that much, visibly smaller?
From what I've been told, he doesn't have a bigger wing.
Okay.
So obviously, unfortunately, not having the right equipment for the conditions here. Of course, Fuerteventura is known to be a lot windier, but when you go to a competition, you need to take everything. But as we go back into it, heat number 2 of the men, and as we mentioned before, important elimination, because this is when we will see all of the switch up on the overall leaderboard. Francesca Capuzzo, Malek Umeda, Benjamin May, Jeremy Rodriguez, and Goyito Estredo, who is in 7th overall, coming into this elimination.
Just needs no mistakes. That's all you need to do. You don't need to push too hard. There's only one being eliminated, and we've seen Malek Umeda and Jeremy Rodriguez eliminated quite often in the competition. So the money would be on Capuzzo, May, and Estredo getting through, and then a battle between Umeda and Rodriguez. But if Capuzzo drops it, comes off the foil, makes a mistake, drops to the tail of the field, as long as the other ones are still going, that means he could be eliminated. And we've seen mistakes from Tomasi throughout the competition. Not disastrous like that, but in this particular race, in this particular heat, just stay on the island, as it were.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, there we can see information in. Most of the athletes out on 5.5s. From what I've been told, even the occasional 6, as we still have 14 to 18 knots of wind coming through here. Sun is shining a little bit more. There's occasionally, looks like the wind is increasing ever so slightly, but it was patchy on that last final of the elimination. Here we go.
2, 1,
A few of the guys further back practicing their starts for the next one with the marks and on the outside of the course. Umeda with that red wing right in the middle, getting slightly crowded out. But Capuzzo in his favoured position, furthest downwind, but closest to the marks, and he has a healthy advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be Francesco Capuzzo there with the yellow helmet. That is going to be Benjamin May. And then behind him is going to be Goyito Estredo, if I'm not mistaken, if I can see from here. Yeah. So May is going to be with the yellow helmet, and Estredo is going to be with the white helmet.
And then Malik with the red, and in fourth position with the white wing is Jeremy Rodriguez. That's the battle we need to be careful of. And once again, Malik good with the pump, but he's got the wing in all the wrong places, and the wing desperately wanting to go ahead of him. Need to be careful with that wing. Where's he gone? Hasn't tacked around the mark, and I think the drone needs to go to the left to show what's going on for the fourth position, because the second battle doesn't matter. In this particular heat, it doesn't matter. What matters is getting through or not, and these two have a show run, and yeah, Malik didn't tack, but maintains that fourth position. But it's close between him and Rodriguez.
Yeah, he really opens out on those marks as well. You can see really kind of leaves the door open. May here at the front, as he's going to be the first one to that mark. There we can see Estredo. This is where he made that mistake before and dipped that wing. So getting past that one. Malik made up. And then we can see Rodriguez. So you're top four right now. Oh! Rodriguez deciding to attack early on all the way out the back. Interesting. This is the first athlete I've seen use this strategy.
Depends on the direction of the wind, though, out there in comparison to the direction of the wind closer to the shore. We have seen it different. Capuzzo running his wing in the water a couple of times there. He is taking it easily, but it's a fantastic battle. It's a fantastic sail from Malik Umeda upwind, because he's got himself in the mix now with Golito Estredo and Benjamin May.
And watch out for Jeremy Rodriguez, because yes, he is further out, but he's cut the distance. He has recovered ground by doing that, so he's going to be coming down here, preferably with a lot more speed, because he's had a bigger run-up and might be able to battle Estredo. Look at this, they're getting closer and closer. Battle for fourth is on.
It really is on, and a great upwind leg for Malik Umeda, challenging for second here, but this is the fascination. Having to switch feet there for Estredo to go through that mark. The winner comes through miles ahead. Capuzzo takes the victory. Here is the battle for second position at the back of the shot. The battle for fourth position. It is tight. Umeda needs to sort out those marks, because he is giving away a lot of wind. But Jeremy Rodriguez with a big power through the final leg. Not quite close enough. Oh, and actually, does he get squeezed? Because he doesn't go over the line. And is he saying there that he got squeezed by Golito Estredo, so he couldn't get over the line? There's not a lot of rules when it comes to participation, but I think Rodriguez is going to go and chat to the guys down there. They haven't got a view of it. They're pointing in a different direction. They probably couldn't see what was happening there, but we'll get a replay. I think there was a bit of crowding going on.
Yeah, there we can see the team. So obviously Rodriguez there having a look, and I can see Noé, the Cantaloupe, making his head out of the Tortuga, as we call that contraption of the finish line.
The what?
The Tortuga.
The Tortuga.
The turtle.
Okay.
Has been here in Fuerteventura for the World Cup since the beginning of time. And anybody who's worked at these World Cups, the Tortuga always has a place in our heart. And let's have a look at that finish. Yeah.
We need to come back a bit further than that if we can roll it from the mark before.
Yeah, so basically, you know, Jeremy was trying to squeeze in, and yeah, Goyito, rightfully so, just kept his line. So interesting there. Different tactics, but Estredo was, you ain't getting past me.
Right, see, so in the sailing world, you'd have a rule whereby the person or the boat closest to the wind has to give way to the people around him, but that we take away those rules here. And this is Jeremy trying to get up the inside. Actually, do you know what? He's also pretty out of control.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, of course, you have, you know, starboard right of way, so right hand forwards, and you can see Goyito, it's not like he pushed up. What Goyito was doing, he was keeping his line, so he was closing that line. Jeremy was trying to get inside on that line, but as you mentioned, they're a little bit out of control. So I'd be surprised, but that is why we have our head protest judge down here on the land, so maybe we will see some action coming to that, but we continue on. Heat number 3 here as they are just making their way.
Good start.
So
start.
Ratotti, Zorzi, Sista, Payet and Newman in this one. Just one to be eliminated. Josh Newman closest to us.
And you can see there at the top, Riccardo Zorzi, as they start to push their way through. So Julian Ratotti with the black. There's the Ziley there on the inside. There we can see. So it's going to be Zorzi, Ratotti, your 1 and 2. And there is going to be Sasha Pallier out there on the black. V5 Strike, Alula by F1. And there we can see Zitzia and Newman as they make their way out to the mark. Wow, look at Ratotti. He is very good on this pumping track.
Absolutely glides his way up the inside. Crucially, he's got the water now. He's got the left-hand turn to his advantage and moves himself into the lead. But you don't want to give away too much of your energy there. You want to save the energy for when it matters a bit later on. It looks like Josh Newman's gone down in the pump track. So he's kept it going. But it's those 4 in your screen now that are going to be progressing through as you would expect.
Okay, there we can see, of course. Also, one of the things you don't want to do, like you're mentioning there, Ben, is in these first rounds, top 4 get through. It's all good to have a battle. It's all good to, push it and kind of get yourself loose to be ready in sync for that final. But what you don't want to do is A, crash, and B, have a collision with another athlete, because in the end, it is those top 4 places that go through. And at the moment, very defined. Ratotti in first, Zorzi in second, Pallier in third, and Sitzia in fourth.
This fixed camera gives us an opportunity to see the lines that they're able to carry different athletes out on the water. And then as the gusts come through, it blows them slightly off. And as soon as you get blown off and away, in ocean conditions, you would then, that's a shift in the wind. And if it's a consistent shift in the wind, as that's a nice sail from Sitzia there to cover off and stay up the inside of Sasha Pallier. If that shift is a consistent shift, then you instantly tack. But here, because it's a gust, it can blow through, but then it can go back to the good direction again. So very, very difficult to really predict. Massive advantage for Ratotti on the upwind this time. So last time we saw Ratotti lose ground on the upwind leg, but this time he sailed it better.
Yeah, definitely had that one dialed in. You had about a 30 to 40 meter advantage, and it's very unusual that we see. It normally is, that's the defining moment of this course. Let's not forget, for our final elimination, there will be a change in the course diagram, which we have ready for you guys and girls to see. But it is that moment of that upwind mark which defines pretty much the top spots of the race. It's unusual to see anybody overtaking on that last zigzag. And here, Ratotti cruising his way across the finishing line in first place. Second position is going to be Riccardo Zorzi. And there we can see Alberto Zitzia here with the North on the 4.8. And there we are going to be seeing Sasha Pallier. So next up is going to be heat number 4 of the men. And then we move over to semi-final number 1 of the women. And Pallier head first over the line.
Wanted to just chop and have a chat to the Finnish crew. Red flag up for the next one. So a couple of moments before we get going, it will be another of our heats where we just eliminate a single athlete. And so we say goodbye then to Josh Newman, the youngest of our male competitors. He is done for the day. Great to have Josh with us, participating in both of the competitions at just 14 years of age. And we'll just keep an eye on him over the years. Because certainly in this discipline, age seems to count as a good thing, whereas in the freestyle, the younger competitors seem to be the ones that really start.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the sailing aspects. We saw it like with Chantal Ferrer. She comes from sailing, and you can really see has that technical advantage of the knowledge of when to tack, what lines to take, really read the wind. And the way you learn how to read the wind is with experience, and experience comes over time. There we can see Giannis Del Olmo and Sofia Maccheri. But heat number 4, Bastien Escoffier, your current overall leader. Luca Gasparini, Alessandro Tomasi, Alvin Granda, and Walid Benhamou as your 5 athletes. 4 will go through. 1 will be eliminated here from your elimination number 7. And after elimination number 7, we will be moving over to our final elimination to see who will be king and queen of the Freefly Slalom Fuerteventura.
Walid Benhamou has not progressed through into our semi-finals so far in this competition. So one last opportunity to do so out on the water now, as some of our women get themselves ready. That's Chantel Ferrero. Sure she had dreadlocks in yesterday, unless I'm mixing her up with somebody else. She's done a great job of getting rid of them if she has, that's for sure. No one out looking like they're getting ready yet. I'm sure we are less than a minute to go because there's no flags up on the boat, on the committee boat.
So coming in from all of them starting off at the top.
Okay, yeah.
10 seconds. Here we can see approaching the line.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I think I heard.
5 riders cross the line.
Okay, no, we are good. I thought I heard another horn there, meaning it would be a general recall, but Alessandro Tomasi in first, Luca Gasperini in second. There is going to be Bastien Escoffier in fourth, and in fifth position, Bastien in third, excuse me, and in fourth position was looking like Angel Granda, but it is Tomasi in the lead and starting off strong.
Oh, interesting that Escoffier not getting a good start there because historically been very, very strong at the starts, and I'm not quite sure what went wrong there, but we haven't seen Escoffier doing much chasing. He has always been the one to be chased, hasn't he?
I think, to be honest, I think he's playing it easy. He knows how important this is, and in the end, getting inside the top four in a 5-man heat, you'd expect the overall leader to be able to do that with ease. So I think what he's doing is, I'm not going to get in the fight. I'm not going to get knocked over or pressured. I'm just going to make my line, get inside that top 5, and move my way through to the next round, and also conserve energy. These guys have been out on the water since about 11:30 this morning. This is the second elimination they're already going into, so knowing that the final elimination is coming close, good strategy.
Walid Benamou, I'm afraid, down in the water, so the number 45 will again be eliminated out of this heat, and we say goodbye to the local boy. And for many, this is a couple more races to go before we then get that final 8 in the men and final 6 in the women. Last chance to do something. Tomasi sailing this strong. He's got a 6 metre compared to some of the, let's say, for instance, a 4.8 for the North sailor, Sistia. So that's quite a big difference in terms of then the amount of sail area in the wind. It's a big difference.
Yeah, interesting there from Bastien going for 2 tacks. Oh. Great strategy.
Oh, my
Lord.
Lord.
It worked. Textbook stuff there from the Frenchman as he makes his way through. And now it's the zigzag to the finish line. Wind is definitely on the lighter side right now. Readings are 14 to 17, so it has dropped ever so slightly. Forecast is for it to be picking up in the afternoon. But I will say one thing, Ben. Outside the booth here, it looks like those clouds are coming in strong.
Tomasi's going to be scratching his head on that one because Bastien really sort of came from nowhere to take the victory, and he's cruising towards the finishing line. We thought that Tomasi would get it, and it's the upwind where they will still be working hard, even though they know they're cruising towards qualification. They'll still be trying to analyze how the wind is working on that upwind leg to really maximize their performance. And whatever Tomasi did in that one did not work for him because he dropped to 2nd position. It doesn't matter, of course, but here comes Angel Grande, who will be going through into the semi-final as number 4.
And let's move our way on to semi-final number 1 of elimination number 7 of the women. And also, as we can see, that red flag already up there in the air, meaning that we are less than 3 minutes to the starts. And let's have a look at the overview of that last heat. So there you can see Tomasi starting off strong, but Bastien really getting the other edge of him in that midsection.
Yeah, not a strong start. Didn't quite get a chance to see long enough as to where Bastien was, whether he got crowded out, didn't get the water he wanted. But yeah, that upwind leg as we've seen from both Gong athletes, whether it's them or whether it's their equipment, they are just been so very strong. And almost, I noticed also some of the boards they're using, in comparison to what we saw with the freestyle, quite different in shape and presumably also in literage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for example, you take the likes of Francesco Capuzzo, who's on a 110-litre board. You see some of them about on 60s or 70-litre boards. But yes, normally on the more buoyancy, as it is the racing side. And there it is. So your overall ranking. Nia Suarez is in first position. She has now 4 wins and 2 second positions. Kylie Belouve in second place. Marde Arce in third. Viola Lipic in fourth. And Manon Dupé in fifth. If you take a look at that 4th, 5th, and 6th place there, Ben, there is nothing in between it. Podium a little bit further away, but let's not forget all of this can change after that second discard, which comes after this elimination number 7, because only 6 continue on to the final elimination.
So Anna Rio really needs a good one, because she was up in that top 6, but dropped out of it after that last result from Bo in third, Manon in 4th position. So maybe it's too difficult whilst talking to do the maths and work out where that second elimination will come in and what they will drop. Bo's got a 7 and an 8 there to drop from her early part of day 1, whereas I don't think Anna's got a 9 and a 7 to drop. So it could be close between the two of them getting into that final elimination or not. Here is semi-final number 1 then. Kylie and Mar, Viola, Anna, Lulu David, Sophia Gitzinger, Zoe Sosa, and Ellen Simone. Top 4 through. So good opportunity for Anna Ria to get through here as one of your top 4 riders. But we have seen some pretty strong performances from Lilu Balanka in previous heats. And so if she has a good one, then she could have found herself coming through.
1, stop.
All right, so good start. Kylie at the top. You can see there, Ferreira always getting to the mark pretty much on time, but just having to break herself there. Viola Lipic also in the mix, and there we can see it's what's looking like. I think that is going to be Lilu Balanka, and behind we can see Roman van der Linden. But this young lady front and center there with the Firefly. Kylie Belouve, your leader so far.
Yeah, I think in the graphic we said that Mar was in this one, but she is not. So into second position then is Lilu Balanka. Third, there's a bit of a fight going on between Lilu David and Boden van Linde for 4th position. And was that? No, it's Anna Rio, isn't it? With that white and black sail and her technicoloured wetsuit. But it is this area in the pumping section where Bo is very strong, we've seen, and the others can struggle. Number 51 is Lilu Balanka. And down in the water she goes. And the kites are down. They're tripping each other up. We've got competitors on top of each other. Anna Rio stops, and here comes Sophia Gitzinger, who's got that little wing, but she seems to be able to cope. And Ellen Simone blasts past a lot of them.
Flying past there.
There is Lilu Balanka on the far right-hand side. So Bo's got safely through. Belöver's got safely through. They, therefore, are your top 2. And I think Ellen Simone is now in third. And is that Chantal Ferreira who's come through and not been tripped up in 4th position?
I think that's Sophia.
Ah, yeah, you're right, yeah.
It's Sophia, yeah. Hard to see from the distance.
Ferreira's not in here.
Yeah, so there we are. So it is going to be Belouve, van der Linden here, the top 2 athletes on your screen. Kylie at the bottom, Bo in at the top right-hand corner. And there you can see here from the perspective, Kylie locked in, as is van der Linden, as they are then going to be looking to make their way towards that upwind mark.
But look at how Bo is being pushed downwind. Kylie's able to hold that line, but from that camera angle, looked as though Bo is being pushed. Here the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Lilu Balanka behind. Look how tiny Sophia Gitzinger's wing is, but she does mean she's able to deal with it in that pumping section, and it has worked out for her. It's not giving her the best amount of speed, but she's only 11 years old. She probably weighs as much as of a feather, and it's working out for her because she doesn't get caught out in that pumping section.
Great move there by Kylie. You can see she's practicing. Let's not forget in that last elimination, Nia snuck underneath her at that mark, and she's gone closer and closer. I mean, the thing that impresses me the most about Sofia is 11 years of age, and she's taking the fight to the top competitors. She's not holding back. It's not like she's cruising. She really is battling and, you know, going for the wins.
Yeah, I mean, look at the physical body language there. She is going for it. She's in that stance. Look at Ellen Simonet, who's going to be a bit closer to the mark. She looks a bit more chilled in the way that she's on the board. Of course, she's not chilled, but the body language suggests that Sofia really is attacking. And there is Kylie over the line for the victory. Bo will be in second position. And looks like Sofia has lost out on that upwind. There's Bo coming over in second. But it's still anybody's guess, the third and fourth. And here's Ellen, but she's given a lot of water away. That's Anna Rio coming up behind her. So that's third and fourth. And Sofia, therefore, would be going into the small final. But this is a great run. This is the best run we've seen from Ellen Simonet so far. Anna Rio looks down the inside of her.
Oh, sneakeroo.
Cheeky. Oh, don't make the mistake. Don't make the mistake, Anna Rio. That's going to cost you.
That's huge.
And that's going to cost her progression into the final as well, I believe. She'll fall into the small final, have no possibility of being in the top 8. Oh, she didn't even need to do that. She didn't need to pass Ellen. She'd have been fine.
Costly mistake. That has unofficially cost her the pass into that final elimination. That move right there on the final mark.
Simonet goes through. Gizinger goes through. No sign of Lilu David, Zoe Sosa, and I'm afraid Anna Rio dropping it at the very, very end. She'll be kicking herself for that. Here's the start. I love where Sofia puts herself, but she's always just a little bit too early to the mark and therefore has to work really hard to get up to speed. Kylie, it was never in doubt, really, was it, at the head?
Yeah, and we've said it before. Anytime Kylie starts first on the start line, pretty much maintains that position. Nia has been the only one to sneak underneath her. But now, let's not forget, as we move into the final elimination after this number 7, anything can happen. We will be bringing graphics up to explain how that final elimination works. But basically, top 6 and top 8 may make it for. And this mistake has probably cost this athlete the pass to that elimination.
I think it was just a hand.
Yeah.
Not switching the hands there. And then finding the wing, being caught by the wind and pushing her over. Because those jibes are done with their eyes shut. It's so easy to do for these athletes. But Anna getting caught out. So Swadia's, no, that's not correct. It's Swadia's Manon Dupé, Viola Lipic, Mardela, Zara Maya, Leonie Trondel, and Chantal Ferrero. So there's been a slight mix-up, because we just saw Bowen in the last one. Quite sure where that information came from. Still got a question mark over who came in fourth, but I don't think there was any question mark. But of course, the other thing that I know a few of you have spotted on the stream with some of these women is the use of the wing going into and out of the pump area. Is that a start? I don't think that was a start. The flag is down. They are... What's going on? They are starting? Maybe they're starting. But I think there was some confusion there because the red flag was still up. But anyway, here's Nia. There seems to be a race. Mar in second position. And then question mark over third spot because we've got Manon on the outside. We got Viola in the middle. And is that Leonie Trondel, I think? Side by side there with Zara behind them. And then Chantal Ferrero at the tail of this one. The two duotone athletes from Spain, Nia and Mar, first and second. Viola third, Manon in fourth position, as you would come to expect from the pecking order that we have for these women. Zara, strong in the pumping section. Blast past into 4th position, actually. So that's really good work from Zara Maya. She's just got the rhythm perfect when it comes to pumping. And she pumps her way into a final position spot, potentially. That will even do some damage to Manon, who was there in 5th position right now. So Viola in 3rd, Zara 4th, Manon in 5th. Remember, Manon is one of those competitors hoping to get through into the final, sitting in 5th position right now. But if Zara can prevent Manon from being in the final, that will help her Armstrong teammate Bowen secure her spot in the final, even though Bowen's doing a pretty good job herself. The first two then. Look at Nia's commitment here, trying to stay as close to the wind as possible. All the body weight, hauling that wing as close to the wind as possible. Like you see with the windsurfers, you really have to make such a big effort. And then, all the time, thinking when to tack. When do I come across the wind? Is the wind helping me by bringing me closer to the mark, or is it pushing me away from the mark because of direction? I think it's they all seem to have pretty much mirrored each other, apart from that white wing of Leona Trondel. Shouldn't be saying it with a French accent. She's Austrian. Oh, now Viola's done well here. Viola coming right onto Mar, tacking behind her. I reckon Viola should have tried to tack down the inside of her there and try to take some water. It didn't work out, so Mar 2nd, Viola 3rd. And Chantal's done a really interesting upwind leg, but she hasn't quite managed to make it to the mark there. And Manon Dupé back up to 4th position, so the upwind has hurt Zara Maillard once more. Zara back down to 5th and maybe 6th position because Leona's going to come through. And Zara has to work really, really hard to the mark and stalls out at the mark as well. Oh, gutted. Gutted for Zara. So good at pumping, but that upwind leg is hurting her a lot. 1st position for Nia. 2nd position for Mar. Viola should be coming over the line in 3rd spot. And then we'll have to have a look to see what is going on with Manon in 4th. Usually, these jibes are pretty simple for them. Yeah, and there is Manon Dupé coming across in 4th position. So the usual suspects, Leona Trondel in 5th, Chantal and Zara getting caught up with each other at the back of the course.
And there we can see that red flag up. So we will be having semi-final number 1 of the men, elimination number 7 coming in less than 3 minutes. I'm going to say it, Ben. I can start to see some more white horses. Forecast was that the wind was going to be increasing, and their yellow flag, 2 minutes to go to that green flag. And looking at the wind reading here, we are now 16 to 19, so it is going up in your semi-final 1. Roman Gio, Sebastiano Zorzi, Giulio Gasperini, Anko Sosa, Francesco Capuzzo, Benjamin May, Malik Umeida, and Goyito Estredo.
Particularly important for Estredo to have a good one. He sits in 7th position right now. Sebastiano Zorzi sits in 8th position. It's Luca Gasparini who sits in 9th. He's in semi-final number 2. But this is a stacked field with Capuzzo, with Gio. Benjamin May is capable of getting through as well as Ancor Sosa. I wonder whether Ancor's sitting in 10th position. He's 5 points off Zorzi, who is occupying that 8th spot. And Benjamin May, I think, probably has too much to do now to get through. He's in 11th position. But the beach is looking good, isn't it? The wind is certainly coming in. It's exactly what we've seen all week. As soon as that tide begins to turn, the wind starts to fill in. And it's going to provide us with great conditions for our final elimination.
All right, so yellow flag down. Less than a minute to start. Less than a minute to start. Roman Gio, Sebastiano Zorzi, Giulio Gasperini, Anko Sosa, Francesco Capuzzo, Benjamin May, Malik Umeida, and Goyito Estredo. Top 4 make it through And a very important elimination for a lot of these guys, because only the top 8 will be making it through to the final elimination after this one.
Right at the top of the screen, right at the top of the mark there, as we've come to expect. Oh, big collision before the mark. Benjamin May has gone down.
General recall must be because of that. Yeah, well, it looked like they touched, Ben.
Well, have a look at the replay. We've got a general recall flag.
And someone's pointing at something, so I reckon there could have been. Maybe we can see a replay of that.
Hopefully everybody's okay. Let's have a look again.
It was.
So Benjamin May and Sebastiano Zorzi?
Yep, Benjamin May, Sebastiano Zorzi. Now the question is, let's see that one more time, whose mistake it was. The question is whose mistake it was. Obviously, that will be decided by our principal. Yeah, so, oof.
They're trying to get upwind of each other, aren't they?
They are.
Ben cut back on Sebastiano Zorzi, and then Sebastiano tried to do the same thing, but there was already an overlap. That is what brought contact. And so, general recall, because that contact happened before the start line. See a different angle of it. Perhaps that will help us understand more. I mean, definitely contact.
100% contact. So waiting for answers to come in from our race crew. And there we can see, obviously that's being recorded, so now information coming in.
Yeah, so notice this the other day. If you can see the judge in the very middle there, he's got a GoPro attached to his cap. And it is that which is used as information when it comes to the start line. Now, that GoPro may not have seen that collision because that is specifically for that line, isn't it? And it might have just been out of shot. That is to judge jump starts. So they have to go to a different judge for collisions. And that judge would be on the beach or would be out on the water?
And here I can see, well, there you can see our race director also coming towards them. And I think general recall is going to be going down. There it is. So general recall is down as we get ready to go one more time. Waiting for information on that collision as we continue here for your Fuerteventura World Cup. Freefly Slalom.
So whose decision is it? Who is watching those kind of things?
Your head protest.
Okay.
So the head protest here is Ook. So he would have received the information. They're probably reviewing it here on the stream and make a decision of who was in the wrong and if there's a disqualification or how to address. Also, most probably, you would think that Benjamin May would make a protest against Zorzi saying, hey, this guy hit me in layman's terms. And then the head protest would address that protest and make a decision on what the outcome would be.
So is that's a single person across for the whole race?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So you don't have different people on different corners and different marks, for instance?
No. Head protest is the one that has the final say on that, on anything related to a protest. And then, of course, they talk in between each other of the race director. And
now, you might remember, if we go back a couple of heats, we had a bit of contention between Jeremy Rodriguez and Golito Estrada coming to the line. And Rodriguez did protest Estrada for being crowded out at the finishing line. And it wasn't carried through. That's why we have Estrada in this one and not Jeremy Rodriguez. So it was decided that there was no fault on the part of Golito Estrada. And therefore, Rodriguez is eliminated and Estrada goes through. Now, we will wait and see if there is anything decided on what's just happened. And we are still waiting to see whether the flag have come up for the next race.
all right, so it looks like general recall was because Golito Estrada was over early.
Oh,
so Golito
okay.
Estrada, that's why the general recall was up. And as of such, right now, there is still no protest, but there could be a protest later or not. But the reason of the general recall was because Goyito Estrella was over early, so he's PMS as we continue on in sequence, as we get ready to be going to the line one more time.
Oh, well, that's a bit of a disaster because Golito is 7th position right now, just a single point ahead of Sebastiano Zorzi, 5 points ahead of Luca Gasparini, and he did not need that. That's why he was pushing the boundaries, though. That's why he was trying to get as tight to the line as possible. Here we go again.
Good start. All right, you can see Francesco Capuzzo at the top. Benjamin May there with your duotone, the yellow helmet. Behind him is looking like it's going to be Giulio Gasparini, Sebastiano Zorzi, and here is going to be Roman Guillot. Anko Sosa behind him, and then we saw Malik Almeida on that start line with the flying Spanish colors, but Francesco flying.
Miles out in the lead again. This is a semi-final, so battle in the middle of the pack, very important, and lots of work going on by Giulio Gasparini there, the number 17, having to pump really hard to stay up on the foil. And actually, look at Gio, really in the mix here. Usually we see him out front, but he's been crowded out by Gasparini and by Anko Sosa.
Yeah, Gasparini,
wow, look how fast he is, though.
Gasparini pushing as hard as he can. Sebastiano Zorzi, Gasparini's following him. He's hunting, and he is overtaken around the corner. Very nice there from Gasparini.
I don't know what I would love to see at the end of the race. What Sebastiano Zorzi did there. It looked like he tapped his bum before he then tacked and gave 2 places away by doing so. And now struggling with the next jibe. Sebastiano Zorzi dropping 4 positions. It's Sosa ahead of Gasparini at the front of that shot. Gio still in the mix, although we know Gio's very strong on the upwind leg, and that's what's coming up now.
Yeah, there you can see Roman Guillot as they make their way around that mark as they come towards us. On the far right-hand side, Francesco Capuzzo holding the line. Behind him, Benjamin May, your top 2. But we do know anything can change on this upwind technical part of the course. Your semi-final number 1 of the men.
Looks to me as though, unless that drone shot's slightly different, maybe the wind has shifted slightly. Capuzzo is super chilled, and Gio has managed to slightly sneak ahead of Benjamin May, but May is stronger coming towards the mark now, slightly further upwind than the Frenchman. Now he's lost a bit of ground, so they both tack together. Capuzzo is done and dusted, off and away. And actually, to be honest, this battle for second, not particularly crucial. They're both going through anyway. What is going on for who is 4th position? Sosa still in 4th position.
Was hunted. Sebastiano Zorzi is flying and really trying to catch up here on the Fuerteventura, and you can see he's closing that gap. Is he going to be going for the inside? No, he isn't. He goes around the back. And he gets... Did Sosa go around that mark? Francesco is first, but did Sosa go around that mark?
I mean, they're pretty big to miss, aren't they? It was very, very close, and he did get squeezed. There's 2nd and 3rd coming across the line. They are guaranteed spots into the final. But what about 4th position? Wow. Sosa losing a lot of ground in those final couple of jibes. I keep saying how easy they are, but you can win and lose. And Sebastiano Zorzi, who needed to get through in 8th position overall, so on the cusp, he is through.
Yeah, and you can see Giulio Gasparini down there in the water, as we mentioned, on a very small wing. Semi-final number 2 will be coming up next, as you can see that red flag in the air. And a close battle in between Zorzi and Sosa there on that last one. Pushing on every single mark. Let's have a little look at the highlights. Malik starting off on the bottom corner but not having the speed. And once again, look at Francesco just from the very beginning. Boom.
Preferred spot of both himself and Bastien Escoffier. It's weird if they're not there. But great battle for 3rd position. And look, there is... Gasparini, who made a great start but struggled to stay on the struggle on the foil. Then he was mega through the pump.
Yeah, and you said here this is at that pumping section. You can see he's getting hit.
Look at the 57 here.
Yeah, exactly. No, he was just passing. It was the leash. He had the leash around his hands. He was passing to be able to get that. And actually kept that out very nicely. And then here, look, Giulio taking the inside mark there from him, but then goes down further. And it was this one. This is the one I couldn't quite see if he did make it around that mark. Okay, yes.
Well, you can't actually see.
He did, though. Yeah, no, he did because he was on that side. So, yeah, he did make it around that mark. But, wow, pushing until the very end. And they didn't really need to push because they were third and fourth. So if they had fallen off, they wouldn't be making it through. So, risky business.
Yeah, exactly. Great race. Enjoyed that a lot.
All right, less than a minute. Semi-final number 2.
Ratotti, Riccardo Zorzi, Alberto Sitzter, Sasha Paye, Bastian Escoffier and Alessandro Tomasi, Luca Gasparini and Angel Granda. It is Luca Gasparini who sits in 9th position. Watch out for him. He needs to get through into that final, sitting 4 points off Sebastiano Zorzi. We've just seen Sebastiano will be in the final, but Golito Estredo will not be in the final. As therefore, there are points to be picked up there. In theory, Bastian Escoffier should be as far up as possible. Yes, he is in exactly the usual position.
2, 1, stop!
Another great start from Angel Granda. Every single time, but every single time he's down closest to the wind. And this first upwing lead, he loses a bit of time, although he's coming across the fleet here. And this is a good start. This is better than we've seen before in second.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget he's an Olympic windsurfer, was over there in Tokyo. So he knows what it is to get to the line on the dots. Bastian Escoffier there in first. Here we can see that's going to be Ratotti. And on in the inside, Granda.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, fighting out on those first 2 marks.
Yeah, sailed that first mark better than before. And staying up in 3rd position now because Ratotti's gone all the way around the outside. Now into the pumping section. I imagine this is not necessarily Granda's favourite bit. Staying in 3rd, though.
Tomasi at the bottom. You can see him starting to gain speed. But Granda there still holding on. And now Ratotti attacking. Oh, overtaking. So it's going to be Escoffier, Ratotti, Granda, Tomasi, Zorzi.
Yeah, Tomasi out to our left-hand side, though. So he needs to cut back in. Hopefully the guys inside him have seen him. I think they had. Granda still holding on to that 4th spot, though. Now Tomasi cuts across him and gets the position. Granda's trying to stay upwind of him. Do they need to? Is Tomasi just sailing off the wind a little bit to keep the speed up? That's really worked for him on this particular leg.
Nicely done. Now he's going to be able to cut across and have a bit more speed on the pump, as you can see here. So, Escoffier, Ratotti, Tomasi, Zorzi, Granda, Palier, your top athletes, and different strategies here. Look at that, opening the triangle.
Well, is it a different strategy, or is this just not being able to get closer or the wind as possible? A little bit of crossing there. That is Granda now tacking.
I mean, Tomasi has gone all the way up the top. Bastian here at the very bottom. Tomasi now turns around. Here you can see Ratotti. Looks like he's coming towards us. But again, Bastian. So there you can see Ratotti starting to appear on your screen. And Tomasi, if he can make it, yes, he does. He's going to cut underneath Zorzi. So great tactics there from the Italian. Zorzi's going to attack.
Zorzi's got more momentum, but hasn't got the line through the turn. Still has better speed coming towards the jibe and is able to take the position. But this is 3rd and 4th or 4th and 5th?
3rd and 4th,
yeah, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay.
So I think that's why to be honest, that's why Tomasi has mellowed out. Because let's not forget, on the last elimination, because of one of those battles, he fell off.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've actually got quite a lot better closer to the top 2 because they've been cruising. Bastian, another cruise to the line, and Julian Ratotti will be behind him in 2nd position. Very close in the end between those 2. And Tomasi does get through in 4th. Upwind sailing, Angel Granda's downfall, but very exciting starts. So Ratotti, Riccardo Zorzi, Escoffier and Tomasi through.
All right, so semi-final, small final, excuse me, not semi-final, small final of the women coming up next. As already that red flag is in the air. As we get ready to go, elimination number 7 here of your GWA Fuerteventura Freefly Slalom World Cup.
see some of those highlights. No, we're going for the entry list. Anna Rio will be disappointed to be in this small final. Leonie Trondel, Lilu David, Zara Mayar there as well, Lilu Balanca, Chantal Ferrero and Zoe Sosa, who I'm not quite sure how many races she's managed to finish. She has really, really struggled in her debut appearance. But yeah, Anna Rio versus Zara Mayar, I imagine, for this one. Anna needs to win to keep any hope of getting through into that final elimination alive. In fact, let's have a quick look to see if this would have to be a drop for Anna Rio. She's been in this once before. So, yeah, it would be a guaranteed drop score anyway. So it actually doesn't matter where she finishes, because wherever she finishes,
she's going to drop it.
She'll drop it like she will with elimination number 3, where she won the small final. Zara Mayar will be dropping an 11, so that is 3rd position in small final. And she's got 3 wins in the small final, so she still needs a good result. There is Malo Genole enjoying a chilled day. They did go out in the water yesterday for some training, didn't they? A couple of our freestyle boys. They're sticking around because they're heading island hopping for competition for their freestyle end of championship next week.
Yeah, we will be crowning our world champs over there in Gran Canaria, Playa del Burrero. But right now, Freefly Slalom out here on the water as your small final of the women. Just about with less than a minute to go. As we can see them starting to turn around. They're going to be coming towards us. And it will be a go. Green flag will be coming up in the sky. Get ready. Everybody chilling down here on the beach.
Second. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start.
Guess who's at the front of the field as they come across the line? Chantal Ferrero, as she has done every single race that she's been in. A really great start, but it's the sailing where she's not quite as strong. And look how good Anna Rio is. She's only 17 years of age, isn't she, from Brittany? But when it comes to racing in the Brittany Championship, she's done a lot of that. And she looks like Kylie Ballou here.
Yeah, very locked in. Great riding there from her. You can see detaching the harness line. As she whips that Sick by Maui out around the corner. As they go towards that pumping track, your small final. So this is for positions 9 and onwards. Oh, okay, Chantal going down. As you say, just having a harder time when it comes to some of the jibes and maneuvers around the marks. And now, the dreaded pumping section.
Oh! How do you stop your wing from doing that? Because it's obviously been a big thing with the women. Wings just not behaving themselves.
Yeah, you really have to get the wing in the right position as you go in. And you could see there from Anna, she had it in front of her and having to tap it so it wouldn't touch the water. But not an easy feat for any of them, as you can see.
She's out of the pumping zone, but she's still not controlling it. And Zara Mayar has snatched the lead. Again, best element for her. Zara, definitely strong in the pumping section.
Very much so. And it is, it's kind of, let's say, 2 elements in this course where athletes are going down. One is the pumping section, and the other one is the upwind section in the middle of the course. Because if they tack or if they get it wrong or turn around too early, they don't make that mark, and they got to tack twice to be able to get there. We've seen the likes of Nia Sradier, Bastien Escoffier really looking at that line and using the least amount of maneuvers to make their objective.
Battle on for second position as Lulu Balanca with the red wing. In that attacking flex legs, she's really quite strong when it comes to the sailing elements of it. Around that mark, second position, because we've got Zara in first. It is, there is Zara. It is Anna who has managed to recover into second position with the SICK equipment, SIC. just on below us there. Beautiful shots. Just yes, it does look like that as well. We are not changing the images to make it look prettier than it is. It really is that pretty. Oh, and Ana Rio now sailing very, very well. That white wing is Leone Trondel, and she sailed the upwind quite well. Here is Lilo Balanca. She's furthest in the bay. So her next tack, she's got more ground to cover. This hasn't been too bad for Zara, but not good enough because Ana Rio has snuck underneath her.
Nicely done.
That'd be frustrating from Zara because she did so well in the pump track. Come on now, fight for it, Zara. She's got that Ana Rio in her sights. She sailed more distance
Yes.
in that upwind leg, and that's what's handed Anna back the lead. Leone, saw her in the freestyle element. Seems to be slightly preferred element versus this. We didn't see her in any final, I don't think. Always in the small final. Battle along, though, for the final win. Come on, Zara. Put a fight up. Yeah, nice one. 17-year-old from Brittany. Ana Rio takes the victory over the 25-year-old from Verbier in Switzerland. Maybe not quite the fight.
Got to be happy there for her, though. Really on that upwind tack. Timing it nicely. Ooh, holding onto it there. A little smile there from Lenny. Ah, the shaka. That's what we want to see. Good vibes down here at the GWA. And Leone going across the finishing line. And here we can see it. Lilo Balanca. She makes her range. But I can hear already red flag in the sky for our small final of the men. That will be coming up next.
Same for Lilo Balanca. She really is able to get into the final on a good run, but there's just too many errors that creep in and catch her out. And so she is going to be outside of fourth position. We didn't see very much of Lilo David at all, really, did we?
No.
In these races. And they're over the line, Balanca. So that was Ana Rio, Zara Mayer, Leone Trondel, and Lilo Balanca, your top four.
And here we have a small final of the men. Anko Sosa, Malek Almeida, Giulio Gasperini, Goyito Estredo, Luca Gasperini, Sasha Pallier, Angel Granda, and Alberto Sizia as they get ready to make their way to the committee boats and come flying towards us. Your small final here, men's Freefly Slalom. You can see some of the athletes having a little look down here on the beach. Sunglasses, Carpa style. Looks like it was a late night. Less than 2 minutes to go.
Somebody came in at 4:30 in the morning that was close by to my room. Quite sure who it was. I've questioned the rooms around me. No one seems to be admitting it. But that is the way at La Carpa on the beach. That massive tent is the place to party. Not just if you're down this part of the island. It seems like the whole island comes down here on certain nights of the week and parties till sunrise. Yellow flag. There it is. It will also be where we will have our podium ceremonies in a few hours' time. It is enormous. On a big stage to the left-hand side, lots of food stalls and things like that around it. And, as I say, island known for its big parties.
All right, no flag. Less than 60 seconds. And there we can see the line.
Waiting on the start then.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop.
Oh, general recall. General recall, and I got a feeling
That was Granda.
it looks like maybe Granda. Couldn't quite see the bottom, but I got a feeling that it was Angel Granda. So let's have a little look. See, obviously, the angle from here is not exactly the angle that they see in the boats.
We haven't got all the athletes in the shot there, or do we now? No, there's still one missing, but they're too far behind. That's Granda first over the line. I was about to say how great his starts have been, but that was a little bit too good.
Obviously pushing it, but yeah, I think as they put that general recall flag in the sky, I do think that Angel Granda is going to get a PMS. So we're waiting for that information to come through.
What does PMS stand for?
Premature starts.
Oh, yeah, makes sense. This is the small final. So one last race for those that are outside of the top 8 positions, and Angel Granda down in 16th spot, so no chance of progressing through. So one last race, and unfortunately it may look like he will finish last in it. Sister Paye, Luca Gasparini's in this one. Now Luca Gasparini is in 9th position, so he needs a really, really good result, as does Estredo. He's also in this small final, having been PMS'd out of semi-final number 1. It does mean that also Ancor Sosa. Sosa is a 10th position. So we've got a few of our athletes who are around that top 10. There is Chantal. And Josh Newman, the German. And Chantal will be going back onto the Sail GP Team of Spain, foiling 50-foot catamaran.
Those things fly.
Although actually she's training on the 32-foot one, but the 50s are pretty amazing, and they do fly. So using that foiling understanding, sitting on a boat. Oh, that's nice. She's sailing out of Cadiz at the moment, but has been in different sailing schools actually every summer across the world, from what I can tell. Lilu Belanca, back on the beach. Her day is done. Is it? We've still got some. No, we've still got. That was a small finals. Yeah, so her day is done. She's not progressing through. One of our slalom-only athletes.
Yep.
Didn't do the freestyle at the start of the week. Great opportunity to top up the tan in the early part of the week and enjoy some entertainment. Otherwise, it's a pretty intense week. If you're doing both elements, you're pretty consistently on the water. Yellow flag up now for the small final of the men's. Leone, boyfriend Lucas, they'll be heading back to, well, presumably not until after next week, but they'll be heading back up to Lemnos, where they are part of the Duotone Kite and Wing Centre there. It'll be a busy period to lose 2 of their instructors, that's for sure. Hopefully, they've got this stream up in the clubhouse there. Do say hello if you are.
And final minute, so going back into sequence. So it was Angel Granda that was PMS. So that is official. He was over early. As we continue on, small final of the men.
Five, four, three, two, one, stop!
Nice and safe start this time. Not a great start from Ancor Sosa, right out the back there. Behind Sister, just to the top of him. And in the lead at the top of screen is
Goyito Estredo, you can see there in the lead as he was already pushing along from the beginning. Giulia Gasparini behind him on the left-hand side. That is going to be Sasha Pallier. Luca Gasparini there with the whites. But Estredo is going to be coming to that mark first. And look, they are getting close. So Gasparini on the inside with the Sab full black wing. can see Ankor Sosa trying to move his way forward, and he has, as he is now going to be going into third position. Oh, Malik out the back there with the Vayu speeding his way. And let's not forget, when they finish the pumping section, they are going to be going out to sea. So normally you're looking for that inside line.
Managing the wing is so tricky in this pumping section. And just about getting it in the right position to grab it and power it back up towards the next mark. A real squabble on for third position. But don't forget, at the head of the field, there is Estrelero doing all that he possibly can.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the first final for Malik.
This is a small final.
Yeah.
No, I think the last two he was in as well. Yeah, he was actually in the final, the last two of the last one. Finished in 7th position.
All right, so completely wrong. I apologise.
But it's Estrelero will be dropping his last score.
Yeah, because now it's when they have that elimination number 7, and it can get 2 discards. So then out of that complete ranking with those 2 discards, the top 8 men and the top 6 women will continue on into the final elimination. Estrelero there on the bottom of your screen. We just saw Gasparini make the turn as well. Giulio Gasparini, Malik Almeida, and Ankor Sosa very close together. Look at Malik powering through.
Yeah, definitely much better today, Malik, than the previous 2 days. Interestingly for Golito, wherever he finishes in this one, he will drop this score anyway. So it doesn't really matter. And he has lost the lead, hasn't he?
He has. Gasparini. Beautiful sailing there from him. But look at Golito. He has a little bit more speed.
Gasparini's another one that will be dropping this score for sure, because he's been in the final more often than not.
Malik in third.
Can't do any more, those two, than what they are doing now, because the points that they score here will be discarded as what their worst scores. And so it's what everybody else does around, and they'll be watching intently to that final. Ankor Sosa rounding the mark. He will be using this score because he's been in the small final quite often. Over the line then, the first two, Golito, Estrelero and Gasparini. Is it Malik Almeida coming over in third position?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Again, he's still leaving a lot of water.
Oh, Sosa almost going down out the back there. So it's going to be Malik in third and Sosa in fourth. Oh, he's not happy. You can see he is definitely not happy, Cynthia, there.
Yeah, and he'll actually drop that score, Sosa, by being fourth in the small final. He's got a couple of third places to drop, but now with a fourth place as well, he'll have to drop that one. It's not what he needed in that battle for 8th position, especially with Luca Gasparini finishing ahead.
Well, another good race there from the men as we move on for your final of the women. Kylie Belouv, Nia Suarez, Bowman van der Linden, Mar de Arce, Hélène Simonet, Viola Lipic, Sofia Gizinger, and Manon Dupé. Elimination number 7 final.
So Nia at the moment with 2 second places. She'd be dropping those 2 seconds, would you believe? So she still would have a perfect score if she wins this one. Kylie Belouv with a 4th and a 3rd in elimination 3 and 4. Those would be the 2 scores dropped if she finishes 3rd or higher. And Mar has an 8th from elimination number 6. So the last race, last final, and she'll be dropping that. And then she also has a 4th. So interesting to see where she comes. She hasn't been quite as consistent as Nia and Kylie when it comes to results. Much better results from Bo today, a 3rd and a 3rd. She'll be dropping her first day scores of a 7th and an 8th, unless, of course, she ends up in 8th position. Lilo David on the beach. And then we've also got Viola, Manon, and Bo. I think Bo's actually should be in 4th position rather than 6th. Having a look at that. But they're safe because Ana Rio in 7th position was in the small final. So that top 6 pretty much guaranteed now. And can Kylie can Kylie even get into first position? I don't think she can. So I think Nia is guaranteed to win, isn't she? Guaranteed to carry that win into that final elimination. She only therefore needs one win to take the victory. But she doesn't get a chance to compete through the semi-finals and the final, through the quarterfinals and the semis. We only see her in the final.
Exactly.
Waiting for this final then of elimination number 7 to begin.
Oh, look at the top there from Kylie as she started to pump that wing to get that extra speed line underneath her. Is going to be Nia Suarez, then it's going to be Mara de Arce. But we did see this before in that previous final. Nia Suarez, it was on that middle section on the tack upwind where she gained and closed that gap. But Kylie off to a flying start.
Yeah, she was being shadowed by Bo, but Bo's really faded. She's gone down into 6th or 7th position on that first leg. Now there's a bit of a little breeze coming through onto the course. But, yeah, really lost out there, Bo. Maybe she's realised that she is definitely going to be going through, so just taking a chill. But she was very frustrated with her 8th position on yesterday's races, or 2 days ago. And so she won't want to do 8th again. We've got some cloud coming over as well, which will be affecting things out on the course. The all-important pump section.
Yeah, there you can see Lipic and Dupé. Dupé pushing Bo, just taking away across the top. Nice there from her. And there you can see Kylie. Look at Kylie, the distance already. Wow.
So Bo back up to 4th position, all in the pumping section, just blasted past the rest of the women. First Kylie, second Nia, third Mar. And then it's Bowen van der Linden. And then from behind her, Viola Lipic. Then there's a big gap. Then there must be a bit of a problem for Hélène Simonet, Sophia Gitzinger, and Manon Dupé. No sign of them.
There you can see Dupé at the very top mark right now. A big gap, as you say there, Ben. And here we have the athletes making their way down as they start to draw the line of where to make that tack to get upwind and hit that mark. Here we go.
Tight to the wind as much as you possibly can in that harness like you have for windsurfing. The commitment from Nia when she's going upwind is just incredible. She's almost lying on the water.
Yeah, Kylie here, you can see Nia right behind her. Kylie having a little look back. Now, has Kylie timed it better than Nia this time? Nia on the last one timed it a little easier and snuck underneath her right next to the mark. But I have a feeling, looking at the angle, I reckon Kylie might have knocked this now right on the head as she is going to be coming towards it. Yes, she has. Great sailing there from Belouv.
Perfect placement when she gets to the mark. Actually, pretty much equal between our women. Not too much change in the way. Oh, and Nia's dropped off the foil, so losing a little bit of ground. Here comes Bo, steaming up the inside of Mar for 3rd position.
Oh, the old sneakeroo.
Mar, the mark is there. Where's she gone? Great work on the upwind for Bo. And now, what that uncomfortable looking goofy stance before into the jibe and back up into a more comfortable position. Deciding not to change the feet there.
So Kylie Belouv takes the win. Elimination number 7.
Oh, Bo sneaking up on Nia for 2nd position. This is...
nice this
one.
Could make...
Come on, Bo. Up the inside for 2nd position.
Oh.
I think if she switched the feet, she could possibly have done that. But Nia takes 2nd, Bo 3rd. But wow, great action from Bo there as Mar comes over the line. Very chilled in 4th spot.
Let's not forget Mar has that shoulder injury and maybe obviously not wanting to risk it there on that part. So that is going to be it for elimination number 7 of the women, as we will wait for the update there on the total scores to see who are those top 6, but it does look pretty defined. Next up, big final of the men. Red flag is in the sky. Oh, okay. The cheerleaders. There you go. The amount of fun I'm going to be making of these boys when I see them.
You were yesterday down on the beach when we started having a running race. Ellen Simone over the line. And Sophie Gizinger also finishing off. It was Viola Lipic who finished in 5th position. Just pressing refresh to see if we can get the results of the elimination.
You got to love the boys. You got to love the boys. I mean, this is what we want to see. Them just enjoying themselves down here. Great work then from them. All right, less than 2 minutes. Big final coming our way.
Right, so we do have those who have come through. So in 1st position, Bastien Escofet, Francesco Capuzzo in 2nd position. So we won't see them until the final. In 3rd position, Ratotti and Tomasi. We won't see them until the 3rd heat, the semi-final. And then the other 3 who've got through, the other 4, sorry, that have got through who we'll see first, Zorzi, Gio, Estredo, and Gasparini, Luca. So Riccardo Zorzi, Luca Gasparini, which means Sebastiano missing out, and Golito Estredo must have been dropping that big score.
And our final coming up, Francesco Capuzzo, Romain Gio, Benjamin May, Sebastiano Zorzi, Bastien Escofet, Julian Ratotti, Riccardo Zorzi, and Alessandro Tomasi.
Sorry, completely got ahead of myself. So that is as it is now, but it will change. Sorry, very, very silly of me. We've still got a final to go. We've still got the Elimination 7 final before that will be affected. And the race looking like it's nearly on.
It is. Here we go.
Oh, it's tight. Tomasi getting the pin.
All right, so Tomasi at the top. Bastien Escofet behind him. There we can see Francesco Capuzzo with the blue. Right underneath him is going to be Ratotti, the usual suspects. Oh, okay, Capuzzo. Change of direction there by Escofet, but Capuzzo going in between the middle of them and taking the lead. Not quite sure what happened there.
I think Escofet just wanting to have that momentum through this first time to get on the inside of Tomasi. Felt like he was being crowded out by his teammate, perhaps. He has managed to do that and cuts back on him. So, but it has given a great advantage to Capuzzo going into the pump.
Okay, so Capuzzo pumping away. Tomasi pumping just ahead of Escofet. Eyes on Ratotti as he is following in at the bottom as well. But Bastien, different strategies. He's moving across the box. What is happening here?
Well, he's lost a huge amount of positions as well, Bastien Escofet.
All right, so first is going to be Francesco Capuzzo. Second, the battle you see on your screen right now, Alessandro Tomasi. And we have Julian Ratotti. Here comes the mark. They're around. It's about 10 meters behind Francesco Capuzzo. And then let's not forget it comes down to the tag. Riccardo Zorzi there in 4th with the white Neil Pride.
Escofet will keep the 11.4 if he gets a bad score in this one. His second drop is a 4th position, but he was at the very tail of the field. Now he steams past Benji May. On the upwind legs, we know how good they are in with the gong equipment. Capuzzo leads, but Escofet is high in the water at the moment.
Benjamin May already making a turn early as soon as that mark, as you can see him go at the top. Looks like it's going to be replicated there by Sebastiano Zorzi. Ratotti, if I'm not mistaken, no, I'm not, is going to be doing that switch around. Here on the bottom, going through the middle of your screen right now, your current leader, Francesco Capuzzo. But I tell you what, it is going to be very close to that mark as it's all happening right now. Here we go. Is Francesco Capuzzo going to make that mark? Let's see from the drone. Oh, look at it. Ratotti on the inside.
That early cut turn from Ratotti has given him the lead of the race. No, not quite. Capuzzo cuts across him. Ratotti in second. Gio comes up to 3rd position. Another really good upwind leg. And Benji May is there ahead of Escofet. Escofet having a nightmare. And Tomasi dropping lots of positions.
Yeah, you can see Romain Gio there at the back. But now, Francesco Capuzzo, Julian Ratotti, it is all changed up. Bastien Escofet, he is trying to do damage control now because he doesn't want to have to be going through more rounds. It ain't over until it's over. Romain Gio there making the switch. But this man's going to have a smile on his face as it's going to be Francesco Capuzzo gets the win. Second place, Julian Ratotti. Third is going to be Roman Gio. Fourth, as we can see there, Benjamin May. Fifth for Escoffier. Sixth for Tomasi. Seventh for Zorzi. And eighth for Ricardo Zorzi. Wow, Ben.
And how that affects our overall is what really matters now. An amazing, amazing race. There's Benji May, who had such a good run of things in the early part of it. Always so strong. That's quite cool, isn't it, to see just how close to the beach they are. Quite give us a perception of how close they are until we have that shot. But really, really entertaining racing. What happened to Bastien Escoffier on that one? He's got I think that's a 5.5. So has he changed his equipment? And that's cost him. But he didn't have a particularly great run to the first mark. And then it just seemed to go pear-shaped from mark to mark. And only on his favoured upwind leg did he make much ground back up. But a fascinating final. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, perhaps, of the final.
And that man there, Bastien Escoffier, as we're waiting to see what is going to happen after that result. He's going to be anything but happy. But we are still, let's not forget, top 8 of the men that make their way through. Top 6 of the women make their way through to that final elimination as they're dropping those numbers, dropping those scores. Bear with us, as coming up next, we will have the final elimination of your GWA Freefly Slalom Fuerteventura World Cup.
The women are...
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. Fantastic conditions and all year-round warm temperatures make Sotavento a paradise for windsurfing, kiteboarding, and wingfoiling. The up-to-date rental equipment of the highest quality is constantly updated. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise. Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. Fantastic conditions and all year-round warm temperatures make Sotavento a paradise for windsurfing, kiteboarding, and wingfoiling. The up-to-date rental equipment of the highest quality is constantly updated. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
Welcome back. It is finals time here on the Sotavento in Fuerteventura for the 37th World Cup and for the second round of the Freefly Slalom of 2025. We have gone through 7 elimination phases. We have got our results in the men and women, and now the serious stuff begins to decide your podium at the end of a good, solid week's worth of action. First the surf freestyle, and then freefly style. Why can't I say that this afternoon? Freefly Slalom.
That is right, Ben, and you can see everybody starting to get ready here. Wings are pumped. The winds, we have 14 to 18 still, so exactly the same conditions as when we stopped about 3/4 of an hour ago. Here on your screen right now, Alessandro Tomasi. We've done 7 eliminations, 2 discards, and we've made it to a final ranking that will take us into that final elimination.
So let's have a look at the results from our 7 eliminations then, and where they all sat. So Anko Sosa was inside that top 8 for most of the day, but you can see the results, especially today, 11th and a 12th. That's dropped him outside of that top 8 cutoff. He will not progress through. Neither will Luca Gasparini, despite some entries into the finals. 8th position is 8th in the final. Benji May got a 4th in elimination number 7, but it was not good enough to get him into the top 8. And therefore, Golito Estrado, even with that pretty bad day, is 8th. Sebastiano Zorzi, 7th. Ricardo Zorzi, 6th. 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd on your screen. The bonus of being the winner for Francesco Capuzzo means he carries a win into the next stage of the competition, the last stage of the competition.
That is right, and let's have a little look at the general overview of how this final elimination works, because as Ben says, it is the top 8 that make it into that. So here we can see your 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place will start off in that heat number 3. Then, of course, the winner of heat number 3 makes their way forwards, and the second and third and fourth go into heat number 4. So it is basically a repechage. As Ben said, your number 1 in this case, which will be Q1 all the way on the right-hand side, which is Francesco Capuzzo, has that star because he has 1 bullet. Because that is where the business begins, at that final. If Francesco Capuzzo wins final number 1, he accumulates 2 wins, which means he takes it. If he doesn't, we continue on until one of those 4 athletes in the finals have won twice.
So let's look at how that applies in reality to our 8 competitors that have got through from our eliminations into the final elimination. As we know, Capuzzo with that win is out the bottom of your screen with his Gong compatriot Bastien Escoffier. We will only see them once we get to the finals. Moving back up, we will only see Ratotti and Tomasi in the semi-finals. So initially the first 2 heats, Joe, that's what we're going to be seeing. And it's going to be Romain Gio, Riccardo Zorzi, Sebastiano Zorzi, and Golito Estredo. Wins are what matters now.
Exactly, you can see. So the winner of heat number 1 will go straight to semi-final up against Julian Ratotti and Alessandro Tomasi. The second, third, and fourth of that heat number 1 quarter-final moves forward to the right-hand side. They will battle it out, and the winner of that heat number 2 will go to heat number 3 for the semi-finals. So obviously, as you can see, they are the 8th, 7th, 6th, and 5th qualifiers coming into this final stage, as the higher ranked athletes have a little bit of a breather because they have earned that right in the positions of those 7 eliminations that we've had over the past few days.
And one thing that we should also explain is once we get into that final stage, when we've got the final 4 in final number 1s there, the first athlete to take 2 victories is the winner, and then we stop. Capuzzo comes into that with 1 victory because he's won the earlier stage, the global rankings earlier. So if he wins that final number 1, then it's all over, we're done, Capuzzo takes the victory. However, if Escoffier takes the victory in that final 1, then we'll move forward to a second final. And then, to be honest, you could go all the way through with each of the 4 athletes taking a victory. That would be 3 finals. And then the 4th final would be the deciding, because one of those 4 would then take a second victory. So that's how the format works here. And just to add an extra thing into the mix, we've got a brand new course.
Exactly. So let's have a look at that course diagram as well, as they have switched it up out there. Still, we have that starboard side start all the way on the left-hand side of your screen. They're going to come down. There's that first speed run in between marks number 1 and number 2. Then they're going to be flying up to mark number 3 as we have that zigzag section. And then after that mark number 5, you can see they're coming back down, and it is yet another pump section in between 6 and 7. Around number 8, and as fast as they can. That is a little longer. It's like 400 meters now from that final mark to the finishing line. And as you said, this is the final elimination here in Fuerteventura.
Watch out between mark 3 and 4, because that is pretty much upwind. That's the one where they're going to be not following that line, but zigzagging across, because they are unable by the wind to sail that close to it. So that's where we see that in the pump, we get strategy, but that's also another strategic element, the upwind leg. And, you know, those guys who are in the final, they don't get a chance. Capuzzo there, for instance, he doesn't get a chance to test this course. He will first experience the course in final number 1, potentially against guys who've already done 3 or 4 races.
Yeah, he's earned that right. He took the rank, and he took it on that final race as well of that elimination number 7. Francesco Capuzzo, your current Freefly Slalom world champion, as he is getting ready to rumble out there. We can see in the back, second place, Bastien Escoffier. And yeah, we are getting very close, as we can see the beautiful location that we have here on the Playa de Sotavento in Fuerteventura, crystal blue waters. Beautiful wind, a little bit on the lighter side that we've had this year, but still 5 full days of action as we continue on. And we are now waiting to go into sequence.
There is the committee boat lined up. And you can see the beautiful sand base to this Sotavento beach. We're on the southern tip of Fuerteventura, outside the Melia Hotel. The Rennie Egli Centre has been running this World Cup, initially for windsurfers, of course, for 37 years. And it's great to have the GWA as part of it. GKA previously as well. We've had windsurfing from PWA last week. And now plenty of holidaymakers also coming to enjoy the region, with the hotel totally full of holidaymakers, and a second hotel opening its doors yesterday, the 5-star Paradiso. Red flag is raised at the committee boat, which means 3 minutes before the start of our first race. Heat number 1 will have those that qualified 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. The 2 Zorzis, Carlito Estrero and Romain Gio. Now, Gio is particularly strong in the upwind and has had a really good day today, in 3rd position in both elimination number 6 and elimination number 7. And in fact, his average score, once you get rid of his 2 worst, was basically a 3rd position. He had a 3rd in elimination 2 and 3, 6 and 7, but then had 2 bad scores which dropped him down. But his average score, therefore, 3.3rd and a bit.
Yeah, and let's not forget, we will be doing a men's quarterfinal heat number 1 and heat number 2. And then we will move over to our women's semi-final heat number 1.
Remind me when we get to it, so I don't go AWOL, because we will be swapping between men and women as we progress through, so that we get the final of the men and the final of the women at the same time, in front of the beach, for the emotions, for the tears. We've already had 1 World Cup round in the French Mediterranean resort of Le Cat. Mediterranean?
Mediterranean.
Yeah, Mediterranean. And we will finish our year in Abu Dhabi. So we do have points on the board. Capuzzo leads for the men after taking victory there. And 3 stops on the tour.
And now it is super important to be getting the win in these heats, because if you get a win, you don't go into that repertoire. So you already advance through a whole round. So the winner here of heat number 1 will go to heat number 3. So the winner goes straight to the semi-finals, so they won't have to sell another heat there in that heat number 2. You want to get as many wins as possible, because of course, Bastien Escoffier and Francesco Capuzzo are waiting for them to get as fast as possible, and you want to be rested when you're coming up against those 2.
I want to be rested, but I also want a bit of experience of the course.
Absolutely. No, it's a hard medium.
Coming up towards the line then. Just 4 athletes in this first heat. The 2 Zorzis. Estrero, who was very much on the cusp, wasn't going to make it at one point after a difficult morning. And then Romain Gio. We've got the other competitors out there as well, getting themselves ready. But they're now coming towards the line. Here we go. Heat number 1 of final elimination.
All right, so we have a good start. So all the way up the top, as we can see, that is going to be Riccardo Zorzi. In the middle is going to be Romain Gio. Down here at the bottom is going to be Sebastiano Zorzi, and an unusual slow start there for Carlito Estrero.
He got squeezed, didn't he, at the committee boat? He actually came off the foil from the committee boat. Now they're going towards the pump section. The pump section early? No, it's later.
Pump section is 6 and 7.
Right at the end, yes, that's right.
Right at the end, so the course
although they
has
are
changed.
pumping quite a lot here.
So here we can see them making their way out once again as they start to surround, and here around that outside mark, and now they come down. You can see very close, a little longer reaches where we will see those battles begin. And at the moment, it's going to be Riccardo Zorzi and Romain Gio. This is your 1 and 2, and it's close.
This is your upwind leg. The mark is further upwind to where we are right now, so they need to be tacking across. Actually, they've made it in 1. They are able to make it in 1. So there is no tacking. That's a little bit of a shame, because it created such interest for us. But Riccardo Zorzi and Romain Gio, your top two. What's going on here? Oh, hang on. He went round I'm sure somebody went round the wrong part of the mark, or there's confusion.
There is confusion.
There's lots of confusion.
There is a lot of confusion out there. By how it looked like on here, there was a mistake made there by Riccardo Zorzi because he's going back. So obviously, as you can see, no, it wasn't. No, he wasn't, because we just don't see the red markers. So Riccardo Zorzi here, looking like he was correct, as he did that final pump section. There you can see red mark. There you can see the red marker. So that is the pump track.
Okay.
So it does look like the other one, whoever was in behind him, went wrong. So looking at it from here, and it's hard with the different angles of the camera, I think Zorzi was the only athlete actually to do this course correctly. But we will have to get confirmation, because it looks like Romain Gio went the wrong way.
You almost need to replay the whole race again to be able to see where the course goes. And, you know, we are new to it and they are new to it. They haven't had a chance to really suss it out. They've got to get the course map in their brain. They then got to transpose it onto what they're seeing in the water, and there's marks all over the place. So
I'm just looking at the diagram again over here.
Third is Gio coming over the line. Fourth is Sebastiano Zorzi. So Golito Estredo up into second position. He had a good sail, but definitely those three did a different course to Riccardo Zorzi. Who was right and who was wrong? Not entirely sure.
Yeah, well, at the moment, if I'm looking at the course diagram and with the angles we saw out here on the water, which is not easy, I'm going to say that Riccardo looked like he was going in the right direction. I think it was Romain. But
I wonder if we
will
can
have
see
to
a
wait
rerun of that. Let's see if the guys can do a rerun of the race, not a replay of bits of it, but so we can follow what's going on.
Okay, no, I've got confirmation. So Zorzi did do it incorrectly. As I said, hard to see from the drone with the angle. So we are waiting to see who the results are there. So Zorzi, unfortunately, doing it incorrectly.
Let's see if we just run them. We're not going to run this in full, are we? So round mark number 1. Now they're going downwind. So the wind is coming from behind them and up towards the third mark. So far, so good for all 4 of our competitors.
Yeah, so this is where he went wrong. That is where Zorzi went wrong.
He's gone the wrong side of that mark. Yeah, but then these guys, what are they doing now behind? They're just not really sure.
Yeah, so it definitely, from confirmation from Brace, is that Riccardo Zorzi completed the course wrong. So unfortunate for him, as he's going to have to go back out. And we're waiting for results there on the quarter-final number 1 of the men. We continue on with quarter-final number 2. Well, as soon as those results come in there, Ben.
Yeah, exactly. So the heat number 2 has all 3 of the 4 from heat number 1. The winner will go through automatically. So we can't go into heat number 2 until we've established the results of heat number 1. So a little bit of waiting. There is Bastien Escoffier. He doesn't come up until the final, so he's got a couple more heats before we'll see him.
Let's bring that course diagram up again. All right, so there it is. So Riccardo Zorzi is disqualified. So Golito Estredo will be making it through there to semi-finals. So Golito Estredo in first position. And now we will have Romain Gio, Sebastiano Zorzi, and Riccardo Zorzi will be battling it out as they come up next. And now only one will survive. Here you can see the course diagram. So they come down to mark number 1. There's a speeder run all the way to 2. They go all the way back out to the cedar 3, come back towards us for 4. The zigzag, and this is where 5 was where Zorzi went wrong.
So 5 went to the Zorzi went
on
the inside of 5.
Yeah. So that is where Zorzi went wrong, looking at it from our angle.
But there's
and then
no
you
doubt
have the pump track all the way up into the finish.
The other 3 at that point started doing circles, so they weren't quite sure either. But they ended up going the right path.
That happens because when you see the person in front of you going in different directions, you question your judgment.
Yeah.
So that has happened before. But yep, official that Riccardo Zorzi was disqualified from that round. So he is going to be coming up next. So next will be round 1 of quarterfinal heat number 2. Romain Gio, Sebastiano Zorzi, and Riccardo Zorzi and only one will survive.
And that's partly why this format exists. Obviously, being relatively new to the sport and the format, I've been asking lots of questions about as to why it is as complex as it is. And it is to allow these athletes to make mistakes like that and to be okay and to not simply be, right, you've made a mistake in that race because, you know, it's your first time out on the course and it's difficult to know which you're supposed to do. So, boom, you're out. Actually now, even though Riccardo's made a mistake, he gets another heat. He's got another chance because he was leading that one, of course.
He was.
He's got another chance to progress into heat number 3 and to beat his brother and Romain Gio. But Gio, I would say, over the two Zorzis, has been the stronger usually over the last couple of races. But he doesn't have that upwind leg, that big upwind leg that we had this morning, to make the advantage in the way that we've seen definitely some of our athletes particularly strong in that element. That element is much shorter in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely see he has been the most consistent of them out there, but these are the ones that matter. Because now with this final, only one athlete will go through to meet Julian Rototti, Alessandro Tomasi, Goyito Estredo, and then the same again. One will make their way in to final number 1, and the other 3 will have to go to heat number 4, so semi-final number 2, for one place to join those top 4 finalists. So 2 minutes to go. It's a good old left, right, around into the center. But we will see who continues on. It gets closer and closer.
Notice that Galito is back on the beach already, our oldest competitor at 37 years of age. Some of our elder athletes, like Capuzzo, they wouldn't look out of place in a rugby tournament. And same with Goyito Estredo. Strong athletes, these.
Well, Goyito Estredo wants to be out on the water because his quarterfinal heat is coming. He's going to have a nice little rest before he goes out again. And now quarterfinal number 2, getting ready to rumble. So less than 2 minutes, Ben.
He would have got some experience as to what the conditions are like. Maybe pop back to the beach and had a drink of water. It doesn't take them too long to get back out to the committee boat and the start. Yellow flag means we've still got over a minute before we are racing.
There you go. Less than a minute now. No flag in the committee boats as the athletes are going to be coming towards us. Once again, the 3 musketeers, Romain Gio, Sebastiano Zorzi and Riccardo Zorzi, the 2 brothers. Gio on the Gastra on the right-hand side in the grey. In the middle with the white and yellow is going to be Sebastiano Zorzi. And then waiting to appear on screen will be Riccardo Zorzi as we are on that final minute.
A 5 being picked up there from the Neil Pride athlete of Kylie Balouvre, who's be coming out. Well, she's actually got a bit of time before she's appearing, I think.
Testing it out, though. I mean, she's here and she wants to go.
Here we go. Heat number 2.
3, 2, 1,
All right, so Riccardo Zorzi at the top, Romain Gio at the middle, and then you can see at the bottom is going to be Sebastiano Zorzi, already getting a little caught up there, doesn't look as locked in. But now, here we can see Romain as he powers his way through. This is the speed run from number 1 to number 2. Then they're going to be going out to the back, as you can see, pointing themselves out to the sea.
Oh, the wind has slightly switched from where it was earlier, so the wings having to come over to the other side of the athletes. And Gio's made good work of that, not losing too much pace. Now into the jibe and the upwind leg, which they are able to get to mark number 4 without needing to do another tack. There is a mark in the way. I think that might be mark number 5 they're coming back to, or is it just there on its own?
Correct, yeah. You can see mark number 4, so they're going to be surrounding this one, going back to that, around it, and then it's time to get the pump track. So first in is going to be Romain Gio as he's going to turn around as he goes off. Second is going to be Riccardo Zorzi. Third, Sebastiano Zorzi. Only one will survive. Let's get up to the front.
Now back out away. And to the mark on the right of the screen there. So just staying a little bit high of that mark to make sure you get round it. That's mark number 5, and now they're coming back down towards the beach. But this isn't quite as tight to the wind as that previous run down towards the beach. So a nice reach and into the pump zone.
There you go. Here we can see them entering now into that pump zone. As soon as they get past that pump zone, it's a little bit further back out to sea, just around that mark number 8 at the moment. Already made the old switcheroo was Romain Guillot. As you can see, that René Egli mark that separates him. But Ricardo Zorzi, can he get the inside line? He's powering through it. Is he going to get on the inside? No, he doesn't. Oh, we got a battle to the finish line. They're pretty much almost touching. And Ricardo Zorzi overtakes. And he is going to get across the finishing line as they fly down. Look at this, Ricardo Zorzi. And you know that Romain has gone to complain there. Second position for Romain and third for Sebastiano Zorzi. And just waiting for confirmation. But battle to the end, that is a very, very angry Romain.
Let's take a look at that again to see exactly what happened. He is fired up and very frustrated because this is his last opportunity. Here's the start. And by the first leg, it was Romain Guillot up ahead of Ricardo. Now Ricardo down the inside, not enough space there, but on the exit, getting the wing set better, stealing the wind from Julien. And you can see Julien almost dropping dead. Romain, sorry, almost dropping dead in the water. Finally getting back up and running again, but Romain Guillot, by that point, waving at the committee boat furiously. I'm not sure it doesn't seem like there was much contact between them. It's simply the door was slightly left ajar and Romain was just not able to get himself back up to speed, leaving that final mark.
All right, well, it is official. Ricardo Zorzi wins that heat, means he goes through to the semi-final. But now, coming up next, we are going to move over to our women's heat number 1.
Let's quickly go and have a look at what happened to the women and their qualification ranking, as we've not got very much time before that first heat begins. And so let's have a look at how they finished after 7 eliminations. Suarez, Belœuvre, Mardelas, Bowen van der Linden, Viola Lipic and Manon Dupé, the top 6 through. And 4 points between Manon Dupé and Anna Rio, meaning that Anna Rio doesn't get through and Dupé does. There was a little bit of contact in the end there between the two, but just the wind pushing Zorzi onto Guillot. Nothing that he could have done there.
Yep, obviously our head protest judge will be assessing that, as I have asked the question if everything is okay there. But as results confirmed out on the page, 1, 2 and 3, it is Ricardo Zorzi that continues on, as we are going to have to wait for those tables to come up, as there's less than 60 seconds to the start of heat number 1 here of the women. Mar de Arce, Bowen van der Linden, Viola Lipic and Manon Dupé, as they are coming towards us, Ben. 10 seconds.
Nia Suarez and Kylie Belœuvre already through.
5, 4,
Who will join them? 2 more spaces to win. Mardelas with the slight advantage. Bowen van der Linden with that black and white Armstrong wing left out the back. Manon Dupé has got the inside line of her, and it's Viola Lipic in with the red.
All right, there you can see them entering the speed run as they go a little bit further downwind. Then it's time to go around and all the way back up. So here, Mar de Arce is going to be the first. We have Viola Lipic in second position. Then it is going to be Manon Dupé and Bowen van der Linden, unfortunately, there, trailing in fourth. All right, and I can hear some noise outside, so I'm reckoning there's definitely going to be some protesting. But as it stands, and information we have and confirmed on the web, it is Ricardo Zorzi who goes through in first position. But back to the action on the water. Mar de Arce, Viola Lipic, Bo van der Linden.
And Bo going up the inside of Dupé, but then not as fast back into the power zone. And so Dupé closer to the wind. At the back of shot, we're looking at the last two rather than Ma, who's really got this one in control. And actually, you know, that wind is shifting more and more to make that upward mark easier and easier. Second, Viola Lipic. Third is Manon, but Bo looks it down the inside and has to back out of it. Not enough space between the two of them.
Yeah, and here we can see them.
It's the winner that goes through.
Yep, only one. Only one will go straight through, and then the other three will have another chance over there in heat number 2. So now Ma is going to be coming back towards the shore where she will enter. That was mark number 5, where she will enter that pumping track. We've seen Ma struggle with the pumping track occasionally, but she has a solid advantage at the moment.
Into the pump track then. This is where Bo is really strong, but there's no way that she's going to be able to catch Ma unless there's a problem for the Spaniard. She blasts past Viola Lipic into second, but that wing is really misbehaving and she has to stop to not trip over.
She's
Here
pushing.
comes Manon Dupé up into second position. It's not really worthy and Bo's sinking. In the end, you know, those three are going to have to fight again because Ma de Lata has absolutely
has this one in the bag.
Control from the Spaniard, who has been third most of the time. And so it's unsurprising that it's Ma that will go to the finishing line and take the third position. The third spot in the final. And we will have heat number 2 of the women to establish who will be the fourth. And Bo will need to go again and going up against Viola and Manon Dupé, who are so strong. Look at she's 16 years of age. She's so small, Manon Dupé, but when she gets a wing in her hand, so powerful.
All right. So, drama from the very first moment, Ben. Drama from the first stages out here as we continue on. Let's not forget, as we can see, there's the complaint. So that is Roman. He is anything but happy. So there is definitely, I think you can call that a protest, can't you, mate?
Yeah.
He is definitely protesting. Results still stand. So let's continue on as we will see the results from that. So now is going to be semi-final heat number 3 of the men. So semi-final heat number 3 of the men is going to be coming up next. So Julian Ratotti, Alessandro Tomasi, Goyito Estredo, and Ricardo Zorzi. The winner makes it to the first big final of final number 1, and second, third, and fourth go into heat number 4 for semi-final number 2. And there we can hear red flag just about to come up. Okay. I think we know the result of that.
Yeah, very, very frustrated. Hasn't been a good day for Gio, though. We've seen much stronger sailing from him on the previous 2 days. Today hasn't quite gone his way. And it's very clear that last one really didn't as well. Red flag up then. And the first opportunity to see Julian Ratotti and Alessandro Tomasi. That is Chantel. Down on the beach. There's Lulu Balanca as well. Axel Girard in the center of the screen. And all enjoying the emotions that come with high-level competition. This, of course, the highest level of Freefly Slalom. Second round of the World Cup this year.
That is right. And there we can see the boys getting ready to rumble as that yellow flag is up. So less than 2 minutes to go. On the right-hand side in the purple, Neil Pride, it is Ricardo Zorzi. Front and center, you can see on the left side of your screen now, is Goyito Estredo. Just coming into the picture, Alessandro Tomasi. And we're waiting for Julian Ratotti, who is out there on the black and white Zaoli as a no flag. So we have less than a minute to go. There we can see our race director, Juan Antonio, getting into position as it is definitely getting feisty out there.
Experience for for Galito Estredo and 2 races under his belt for Riccardo Zorzi. Ratotti and Tomasi have been watching before. Also some debates going on out on the water. Alessandro Tomasi has made errors and hasn't been plain sailing for the Italian throughout the competition so far. We've seen even before getting into the water, Julian Ratotti not particularly comfortable with the course, asking for changes in it. But how the race director decides to run the race is up to him, not up to the athletes, because you can't have it what every single athlete wants. It just wouldn't work.
All right, so here we go. Galito deciding to go a little bit further on the last moment, trying to go above Alessandro Tomasi as they start to come towards us.
Interesting that Ratotti's not playing in that party whatsoever.
10 seconds.
The pin was the favoured area to be in the previous course.
3, 2, 1, stop. Good start.
Lovely start. Beautiful scenes here in Fuerteventura. A slight advantage at the top of the screen for Riccardo Zorzi. But the other 3 really have their similar momentum. And Ratotti just doesn't have the length in the course to be able to go around the outside of Zorzi.
Yeah, there you can see as they just enter that speed run now. Here they go for the first jibe, so it's going to be Ratotti. But Alessandro Tomasi, you can see, taking that inside line a little bit closer to the mark. So from right to left, Zorzi, Ratotti, Tomasi, and Estredo, your 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, closing down the door here, Ratotti. We already saw Riccardo Zorzi in that previous heat. He does not have a problem with coming close on the turns. Now let's see what happens. Winner goes to the big final, and then the other 3 will battle it out one more time.
Watching Tomasi here at a slightly cleaner line down to this next mark. Remember, they are going upwind, so they're really fighting the direction. But Ratotti is through that mark, then Zorzi, then it is Tomasi. And Galito Estredo giving a little bit of racing room to the mark there. They cut right back up on themselves and head back away from the wind, away from the beach. Looking at that mark on the right-hand side, but look how much berth they give it before cutting back.
Yeah, they want to be able to have that speed on the way down. Let's not forget now, this is that mark number 5. They are coming to marks number 6, where they were entering the pumping track. So you need to have as much speed as possible. Ratotti, we know he is very good. Oh, but Zorzi has gone on the top side. Little bit of a wobble. That could cost him. Ratotti here is pushing as hard as he can. He's squeezing and manages to get around the mark, Matrix style right there from the Frenchman.
This is where Zorzi was so strong in the previous heat, but he hits the mark, and I think he might even stall in the water, so he's got to drop from 2nd into 4th. In one heat, it goes from 0 to 0. Ratotti is going to be the victor. He is going to be going through, and the other 3 are going to have to fight it out again. Ratotti takes the victory. 2nd for Estredo in the end. Must have been very strong in the pump. 3rd for Tomasi. 4th for Riccardo Zorzi.
So there it is. So it's going to be Ratotti who's going to make his way to the big final with Francesco Capuzzo and Bastien Escofet. And then the other 3 athletes, Tomasi, Estredo, and Zorzi, are going to have to battle it out once again, and then only one will survive. But before that heat, we change over one more time as we are going to be moving on to women's semi-final heat number 2.
Wonder if we can get the graphic up for the women's semi-final. That's the top 6 that went through, so we can now discard that one. We can move across to how the format works.
So here you can see, as that heat number 5, your 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th qualifiers go into that first heat. The winner will make their way into the big final. Let's not forget already Nia Swadiev and Kylie Belouv qualifier 1, who has already 1 bullet. So Nia will only have to win once if she is going to take the event. Then qualifier number 2, Kylie Belouv, has to win twice if she wants to take the event. So athletes are going to start to filter through, and then it's all the way down to that big final is where all the cards come out onto the table, as we are just going to be going into women's semi-final heat. Number 2, Viola Lipic, Manon Dupé, and Bowen van der Linden.
Yeah, we should be able to see that heat tree where we show that Suarez and Belov already in the final. Now Ma has progressed into it. There we go. Thanks to her victory in heat number 1, the other 3 then progress into heat number 2.
Exactly.
And the victory there will fill in the 4th spot in the final. Nia Suarez with a victory already to her name because she won all the eliminations. And then basically the first person to get to 2 wins takes the victory. Who is your favoured? Manon did that first course so well. Bo and Viola should be pretty strong. So Viola, Manon Dupé, and Bowen van der Linden, your 3 women coming up in this second heat.
And we've already seen there, so Ratotti taking the win. Alessandro Tomasi in third. Goyito Estredo in second. And Ricardo Zorzi was in 4th. So red flag up. Semi-final number 2 of the women. Red flag up as we go into sequence. Just under 3 minutes, Ben.
This is Viola Lipic's preferred discipline. We did see her also in the freestyle discipline. The 17-year-old from Vienna in Austria got into wingfoiling on holiday in Tarifa, as so many people do. It's not necessarily what you do when you're at home, it's what you do when you're away, and especially those that perhaps don't have big areas or big cultures of wingfoiling. They find it on holiday. Manon Dupé, though, coming from Guadeloupe, has it all around her.
She does. That beautiful, beautiful location of Guadeloupe over there in the Caribbean. And now coming here to also crystal clear waters here in Fuerteventura, as we are here for your 37th edition of the Fuerteventura World Cup. And right now your Freefly Slalom discipline. We are in the final eliminations, and we are 1 heat away from the women to be having the main finals, where if, for example, Nia Suarez wins that first final, it's over. She is your event winner.
Worth pointing out that nobody has ever beaten Nia in a final in this discipline in 2 years. She has taken every single victory of Freefly Slalom in its iteration, in its present iteration. The maths are about 8 victories that she's taken. Yes, all 8 victories.
Yeah, I mean, Nia Suarez, one of the most complete wingfoilers on the planet. She has dominated for the past years on all disciplines, like you're saying. But then here, for example, on the surf freestyle, the new up-and-coming Marie Schittenbauer throwing down the hammer. And great to see, because that is only going to progress the freestyle aspect of this sport and push it to even higher levels. Less than a minute.
Already world champion in the wave discipline, Nia Suarez, at the start of the year. Still has the Gran Canaria event coming up for the freestyle, but she does still lead that discipline and potentially can be champion. Mar Delarth will be trying to stop her from that championship, though.
3, 2, 1, stop. Good start.
Way behind the line. The judge happy with the start because they're not in vision when they get to the line. It's Manon Dupé who's got a slight advantage ahead of the other 2. Bo did have the inside for the first mark, but again on that first leg she is slow in comparison to other competitors.
Yeah, there you can see Manon locked and loaded, as she is going to be the first sailor to make it to that mark number 2 and make their way around. Bo got distance. Oh, Manon touching there. leaving the door open here for Viola. We saw Bo. Let's not forget, we saw Bo before. In that upwind section is where she really starts to throw the knife down and throw the guillotine. But so far, Viola Lipic is your top athlete on the screen here. Your fly surfer there with the orange towel. She makes her way around that mark.
Look at how committed Manon Dupé is, though. The 16-year-old. She's tiny. And the physique on that little wing is just fantastic. A bit like we see from Nia Suarez lying on the water. Wonder whether Bo has got a harness on. Yes, she does, but it's a different kind of physique when they're going upwind compared to the other two ahead. Viola leads Manon for one more spot in our final, and Bo comes through in third position. But the place where she is strongest is the pump.
Yeah, let's not forget also making their way now to mark number 5 as they're going up. Bo has the upwind ability. Be interesting to see where that angle is, because I'm going to say it does look like Bo is gaining speed here, because if she's going to come in a little more open and then come on downside, she's going to be going for the inside line.
Wow.
Watch this here from Bo. She's going to be looking for the inside line, because then we are going to be coming to the pump track. So right now Bo is trying to push along, as here is a very decisive moment. Pump track. Oh, Manon in the middle.
Manon carrying the momentum into the pump track. She knows she needs it. Viola gave away a load of water on that last leg, but Manon giving it everything she possibly can in this pump section. No dropping off the foils as yet. Now, where is the course going? Because Bo's gone a completely different direction. It is going left, and I think Manon may have just got a little bit wrong. Oh, on the inside, Viola's managed to get ahead of the two of them. So Manon missed the turn, and Viola is ahead of Bo now. Not a lot more sailing left.
No, they are almost coming to the very end of this, and Viola, sneakeroo, open door, and she kicks it along as she is now in your lead. And she keeps looking back. I can see the smile from here. Viola Lipic making her way into the grand final. What a move.
Oh, Manon Dupé is going to be so frustrated with that. Was just in the wrong line and almost maybe just didn't know exactly where she was supposed to be going. Concentrating so much on that pumping, getting those legs working. None of those three athletes dropped off the foils, which you saw so often. And eventually making that error, leaving loads of space to her inside. And we thought Bo was going through, but actually Viola was. Here was the start, a few seconds behind. And on that first leg, Manon just so very strong. Into the jibe. Dropping off the foil a little bit there for Manon. But and Viola really pumping hard to come past Manon and up into the lead. But then the entrance into the pump zone was fantastic for Manon. Look at the speed she took into it.
And you can see there, Viola, she decided to go up. The other two athletes went down. Viola did the straighter line. So you can see Bo and Manon followed down. Viola went up, so cutting on at that distance. And look here, Bo then realized, so I reckon maybe Bo was following Manon, and Viola realized that she was going back up. So great riding there from the Austrian, taking the win. Coming up next, semi-final number 2 of the men. So heat number 4, where we will see Goyito Estredo, Alessandro Tomasi, and Riccardo Zorzi. Red flag in the committee boats.
Seems like with this change of course, it's really, really important to know where you're going. And, you know, you're having to fly, you're having to control your foil and your wing, and also know a brand new course. So there's the progression. Ratotti into the final, and Goyito Estredo, Alessandro Tomasi, and Riccardo Zorzi go again.
So only one will survive.
I'm sure
in
Riccardo,
this heat number 4, only one will survive.
Riccardo staying out on the water and avoiding any confrontation on the beach.
Yeah, looking at the way that helmet was thrown into the air, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near him, man. Yeah, it is. I mean, it looks like the protest was made and dismissed there by our head protest judge. So the competition continues on, and Riccardo continues on.
And it's, you know, some of these athletes do compete in other series that have different rule sets and perhaps are closer to the sailing rule set. But it's very clear that here there are few rules and they are different to the other competitions. And so sometimes in your brain as a competitor, you've not changed the rule book in your head. You've like, well, hang on, we're racing in a different way here. Frustration from very, very frustrated Bo. All weekend I've seen a smile on that face. She's not very happy now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely frustrated there for Bo. But waiting for results to come in. As no, the results still aren't in. But yeah, Viola having the upper hand in that one with less than 2 minutes to go. As we can see that yellow flag up. Having a look here on that elimination. Results still aren't in. So we continue on with the men. And we will know exactly what happens with the women ASAP.
They need to be able to consider any protests that are being put down. They can't rush these things. And you need to be able to hear from the opinions of the athletes as well as the race director. We are less than a minute to go before this next heat. There's no doubts as to who those three are. And the winner goes through to the final.
Yep, so it has been confirmed. Viola is through. Viola is through, so as it stands... And now, less than a minute to go. So, heat number 4. Goyito Estredo, Alessandro Tomasi, Riccardo Zorzi. For that place in the final 4. For a chair at the round table. Who is it going to be? Here we go. All right.
Real split of decision as to what you're going to be doing. Tomasi closest to us with Estredo behind and almost out of shot. And now they're coming to that first mark. But it's a different run from Riccardo Zorzi at the top of the course.
Yeah, there you can see. So now just entering that speed run. Alessandro Tomasi once again taking that inside. He does like to go close on that mark as they make their way back out to sea. There you can see them going port tack with that left foot forward.
But then the course goes to the right-hand side here. So Zorzi has the inside line at the moment, but he's got a tighter line around the mark. It doesn't matter, even though Tomasi's trying to cut the inside. Zorzi had him covered, looks over his shoulder. Now this hard upwind leg not needing to have attack, so they are able to sail directly to the next mark. But they really have to work hard to be as tight to the wind as possible.
Look at the body language we saw there on that close-up there from Tomasi. So now going around, face of fire there for the Italian. As Tomasi now going to try and get here on the inside. And he does. He moves along. So is he going to be able to switch around that mark? We will soon find out. Because when he comes back, trying to gain some speed, almost looked like he made a mistake there.
I don't know, trying to just let the foil fly, just let him carry the momentum rather than compromising his pace by going a more direct line and maybe trying to stay out of the vision of Zorzi. Also now into the pump zone.
All right, so you can see Tomasi there at the back bend really starting to gain some distance. None of them have had that wind go down. Great flying from both of them as they now make their way to mark number 8. One more jibe and it's good. If Riccardo holds on and style through that turn.
Yeah, Riccardo Zorzi is less tight on the marks, but he's carrying more momentum. Tomasi's cutting tight on the marks, but is not able to carry the momentum. And Zorzi it is that's going to take victory and progress into the final. Tomasi is out, as is Golito Estredo, who unfortunately is also in the water.
Great riding here from Riccardo Zorzi right now as he keeps going on. So now we are going to be moving on to women's final number 1. So coming up next will be women's final. If Nia takes the win, she is the event champion of the Freefly Slalom.
There we go then. Yes, right here is Kali Belov, Mardelas and Viola Lipic, your 4 into the final. If Nia does not win this first final, then there'll be another one. But we don't know whether that will happen until we see that first final. Belov will be definitely hoping to stop that from happening.
Yeah, what Kylie wants to do is she wants to get a win in this first final to then force another final. And any of these top 4 athletes. So now let's move along and out to the water. So there you can see Mara Diaz is going to be on the purple and yellow duotone, your Unit D Lab with the yellow helmet. Nia Suarez will be out there on the duotone with the pink helmets. The purple wing from Neil Pride is going to be Kylie Belouv. And then on the orange towel, the fly surfer wing is going to be Viola Lipic.
Haven't got the red flag up yet, so we've still got quite a bit of time to go and check out the beach and see what's going on down there.
Well, there you can see little brother of Nia, Leo Suarez, long-time coach. As we can see there, beat Stefan, Mr. Dwarf Fade. And then, of course, the twins. You can see Macana and Nathan. So the whole Tarifa Spanish crew.
Plenty of discussions going down on the beach. All these freestyle tricks, these different heats, creating discussion points, creating debate. And really entertaining our beach crew. Those hotel guests who are a little bit more curious coming down to see what's going on as well. Still waiting for the women to get going again. I don't know what's quite going on, where the hold-up is. In fact, they looked like they were going back to the beach, but they're not.
And let's not forget, so now on both the women and the men, we move into, there you go, obviously Axel. Boys must be making fun. I know what that's about.
Bit more of a French crew there, but Christopher McDonald with the hat. A man who has done the first 1440 in competition a couple of days ago. Mallow with the gong, possibly supporting his gong compatriots in this one. Bastian Escoffier and Francesco Capuzzo will be coming up in the final. And obviously Mallow's family owning that gong brand. So very important to him. Victory here in this Freefly Slalom. The red flag now up, so 3 minutes to go before we get this next one underway.
And there you can see Tomasi. Definitely not happy not being able to make it into that final 4. But he has had an excellent competition, taking multiple wins in the elimination. And there you can see 6-meter wing. He's always been on the bigger sizes. Red flag in the sky. So the first final of the women. And as we mentioned before, if Nia Suarez wins this final, she is your GWA Fuerteventura Freefly Slalom World Cup winner.
Yellow flag up then. Tension begins to rise. Nerves out on the water. We haven't seen Nia Suarez. We haven't seen Kylie Belouv on this course yet. They've been watching. They've been seeing what's going on. But this will be their first tour of this finals course. The other two with experience. But does that help them in any way participate against the queen of windfoiling? 5-meter gong prepared there. I would have thought Capuzzo and Escoffier would be on bigger out on the water. Capuzzo, as I keep saying, would be not out of place in a rugby tournament. He is a strong, strong man. Less than a minute. Nia Suarez unbeaten in a final, but beaten already today by Kylie Belouv in that elimination number 7. also beaten in elimination number 5 and elimination number 2. 3 victories to Kylie's name, 4 to Suarez across those eliminations. But Kylie has been the slightly stronger today. Could this be the first ever victory? She still needs to do a second race to make that happen. Don't forget, she can't take victory in this first race. Nia can. Now they start heading towards the line.
10 seconds.
Floating pretty fast towards the line.
4, 3, 2, 1, stop!
And we're underway for the final of the Freefly Slalom women's competition. And the 2 Spaniards are tight together. Nia Suarez and Martinez, with Kylie Belew coming around the outside, maybe with more momentum. Yes, she does. She snatches the advantage into the first mark.
Oh, she's got the speed here and into that speed line. Has a little look back. Knows that Nia is close. She can hear her. She can smell her. Now going to be going around there. Mark number 2. And they go back out to shore for mark number 3.
Wide, wide, wide for Nia Suarez. She's going to carry more momentum, but she's got more distance to travel as well. She's also in the switch position. Kylie is far more direct to the mark. No, she's not. She's given away huge amounts of space to Nia Suarez. I can't believe it. Suarez was going straight to the mark. The rest of them were not.
Yeah, the rest of them, they turned that one around. So Kylie here starting to power. Let's not forget, here comes the pumping section. They look close, but there is actually a big distance in between them right now, as you can now see from the drone. So Nia already with the advantage. Here comes the pumping track, switches the wing. So, excuse me, here comes the turn. Thank you, Ben, as they make their way back out. Oh, Nia has this one already halfway, 1 foot in to the podium.
Oh, Kylie Belew was so strong on that first leg, but the much more distance travel between the 2 of them. And look, as she's sailing back upwind, she is closing the gap a little bit, but we still have that pump. Oh, Nia off the foil for just a second there. Just dropped into the water, but was able to recover it.
And now we do come down to that mark number 6, where we go for that pumping track. This is for everything. This is where we have seen the difference in between every single one of those heats. Kylie, oh, the wing is floating around behind her. She's pushing. Let's not forget that it is at that top section. We saw this with Viola. Are we going to see it with Kylie? They're starting to come close. The battle is on, Ben.
Kylie really tight to that mark, and that's really worked for her. She has to switch her feet, though, to get back into a comfortable position. Now one last mark. She switches the feet again to go onto the jibe. Nia Suarez has got this. Surely Kylie drops off the foil just a little bit, but Suarez continues to be unbeaten in Freefly Slalom. She is queen of Fuerteventura and takes victory number 1 and victory of the competition. Kylie Belew in second position, put up a great fight, but just not quite enough. And it'll be Mardelov on the podium in 3rd spot. It was tight, but Nia Suarez has done it again.
And there you can see the teeth. There you can see the smile. Nia Suarez, your Fuerteventura World Cup winner of the free fly discipline. So congratulations to her. What a battle. But Kylie almost in that pumping section, almost came back. Let's have a look at the highlights of that final.
So that preferred being close to the pin, not seeming to be the thing on this particular course. Kylie faster on that first leg and took the advantage, but here gave away water. We didn't think Nia was in the right place, but actually, as the mark came into view, we suddenly realised, what's that, 10, 15, 20 metres given away to Nia Suarez, and she takes the lead. And then Kylie still does sail upwind and downwind well, closes the gap. Again, some water given to Kylie through the pump section because of the feet positions. But Kylie switching feet twice, deciding to switch the foot there, which slows her down, and then switch again at the final mark. She touches in the water just a little bit, and it's all those little things that are costing you time. And eventually, even though Kylie was super fast to the line, didn't quite have enough.
And there it is, Nia across the finishing line in first place, meaning she is our event winner. Congratulations to this young lady from Spain. Nia Suarez hailing out of Tarifa as she now has her victory. And a random board just appearing as well. Look at the smile. It says it all, Ben.
Great to see the flag being prepared once again for Nia Suarez. Ankle Sosa down there. We'll have our official podium in a few moments' time, but it's firstly the celebrations on the beach. Suarez knows the protocol here. She's done it 8 times before in this discipline and so many more times afterwards. Brother down there as well to say congratulations. That's lovely. Lovely to see. For a moment, we thought she might have to work a little bit harder for it. But in the end, she has shown she has absolutely command of this at every single opportunity in every single discipline.
Little bit of a dip there just to get away the nerves. And there it is, the Spanish flag high and in the sky. Nia Suarez, your Freefly Slalom winner here in Fuerteventura. And there the boys putting her up in the sky. Congratulations, Nia. And second place will be Kylie Belov. And third is going to be Mar de Arce, as you can see her there. So congratulations to Viola Lipics as well, your finalists. But Nia Suarez, once again, on top of the world.
Big, big smiles. Loves this atmosphere. Loves what she's doing. Loves the whole thing, the tour she's on at every single discipline, taking the World Cups. It does seem as though she comes to these events not expecting to win, even though everybody else seems to think that it's a fait accompli. Kylie Belov, such a good job of challenging her and making sure she had a good run for her money. Mar de Arce down there, shaking hands on the beach. Again, the 2 Spaniards celebrating. We saw Mar taking victory over Nia in Tarifa in the freestyle competition. Another new winner in that. It might not be Tarifa domination for much longer in freestyle. But for the moment, nobody can challenge Nia in the free fly discipline.
And we continue on, Ben. So waiting for that sequence to go up while we're enjoying the beautiful emotions that we have down here on the beach. So our first final of the men. Francesco Capuzzo, Bastien Escoffier, Julian Ratotti, and Riccardo Zorzi. Francesco already has 1 bullet. So again, same scenario as we just saw with Nia. If Francesco wins this final number 1, he is your event's champion. And there we can see the athletes making their way out. Out there on the gong is going to be Francesco Capuzzo. We can see there on the red color gong is going to be Bastien Escoffier. On the Neil Pride, purple is going to be Riccardo Zorzi when they come in focus. And then we will see Julian Ratotti, who is on the Zaoli and Levitas setup. And there, that is an image. Nia Suarez, Leo Suarez, and beats there Mr. Dwarf 8. Lifetime friends, and great to see him here supporting the future generations. And there is Ratotti.
3 victories to his name in this discipline, but both world championships in 23 and 24. He's an 11-time Italian champion as well.
Was a professional windsurfer before he was a professional kite surfer. Went on the world tour multiple years. Still does some of the events, but now concentrating on the wingfoiling. So, Francesco Capuzzo, I'm going to say it, professional waterman.
Bastien Escoffier has also got a victory to his name. 26-year-old from France, from down near Montpellier. Ratotti has been runner-up to Capuzzo in both years of the World Tour, but also has that elusive and celebrated Big Air World Championship. the first big air world champion. Ratotti from France as well, in Nice, even though by his name you'd assume he was Italian, but has a bit of Italian flair, doesn't he, at times? 2 Frenchmen, 2 Italians.
And while we're waiting for the action to start off and kick off one more time, we're going to take a short commercial break.
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. Fantastic conditions and all year-round warm temperatures make Sotavento a paradise for windsurfing, kiteboarding, and wingfoiling. The up-to-date rental equipment of the highest quality is constantly updated. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
The yellow flag is up for the men's final here in Fuerteventura. 4 men to decide who will stand on the podium on what step. 2 Italians and 2 French. Both of our Frenchmen from the Mediterranean coast of France. Capuzzo from down in Palermo in Sicily. The Zorzi brothers from Rome.
And there we can see them making their way out. So that man on your right-hand side already has 1 bullet. Francesco Capuzzo, world number 1 coming into this event. If he wins this heat, he is champion. If he doesn't win this heat, we continue on. The other 3 athletes, Bastien Escoffet, Julien Ratotti, Riccardo Zorzi, do not have a bullet. And the athlete that accumulates 2 bullets gets the event win. Here we go. Your final number 1.
Very, very spread out. Ratotti's going to try that strategy that Kylie Ballou tried as well.
All right, so we got a good start. There we can see Bastien Escoffier, Francesco already starting to attack. Behind him is going to be Ratotti. And we can see Riccardo Zorzi there in the middle as they are just about to hit the speed run. There we go. Francesco eyeing up Bastien there. And he is going to be the first to mark number 2, Ben.
Thought Ratotti would get more momentum than that. They switch around their wings into the jibe, and it's a good advantage from Capuzzo here. A little bit wide from Bastien and from Ratotti. Zorzi gaining ground to come up the inside of Ratotti. And once again, Zorzi elbowing his way through like we saw in one of our finals earlier on. Really close between them. Really physical action. They're still going at it at the back, and all of this allowing our champion to continue to lead.
Yeah, I mean, Riccardo, he ain't afraid to get out the old elbows. But right now, Francesco Capuzzo in a very comfortable position. Question is, do you push or do you maintain? Because anything can happen, and let's not forget, we have still not made the pump track. That is mark number 5, so they're going to come back towards us and enter that pumping section. He wants to have the speed to be able to get completely through that, because if he goes down, we know how fast Bastien is. All right, Francesco Capuzzo starting his way along, and he looks back at Bastien.
There's no sign of Bastien. He's a long, long way back. There's still that squabble for 3rd position, but as they squabble for 3rd, they give Capuzzo more and more comfort. This looks like one of those heats in the early stages of one of our eliminations. Capuzzo is miles ahead. He's gone round the final mark, and he really can cruise to the line. Francesco Capuzzo, easy pickings, already has a victory and gets another one to his name. And we don't need more than one final for Capuzzo to be victorious in the first final. He does it. Bastien Escoffier 2nd, Julian Ratotti in 3rd position. But our world champion and our winner last time out in Le Cat is the winner once again.
Forza Italia, Francesco Capuzzo. Your GWA Fuerteventura Freefly Slalom World Cup winner. And there he is on your screen, number 33. The Italian powerhouse. As he makes his way back to the shore with a smile wide across his face. Absolutely incredible from the Italian. What a heat. I mean, he got out in front from the very beginning.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those highlights of that one. Getting that pin end that he really wanted throughout the last couple of days. Was desperate to be at that pin end with Bastien Escoffier, and he got the whole shot down the inside. Bastien was faster. Bastien was on the inside, and it was Capuzzo around the outside of him because he was to windward of him and really able to take a bit of wind. Now, coming up to the next mark, that is where the ground was made up. Back downwind again, and Francesco Capuzzo sailing nice and close to the wind, as we know that gong kick can do. Whilst Ratotti and Zorzi squabbled at the back, gave Capuzzo even more possibilities. Really thought we were going to have a bigger and stronger race there, but the Italian Francesco Capuzzo has made it to the beach. The smile is on his face, and he's done it again. Out in the early stages of the freestyle competition a couple of days ago. Gave himself lots of time to prepare for this. Possibly would have liked a little bit more wind. It's been on the light side, which is so unusual for Fuerteventura. For Francesco Capuzzo gets carried down the beach and placed on the top step of the podium. He is now undefeated in 2025. And will carry that momentum all the way through to the end of October, where the final of our Freefly Slalom will be taking part in Abu Dhabi. Italy on top. Bastien Escoffier second and Julien Ratotti in third position. What entertainment we've had down here in Fuerteventura. Nina Suarez, your women's winner. Mari Schittenbauer, your freestyle women's winner. Francesco Capuzzo, though, the winner in Freefly Slalom. What a weekend. What a week of action in Fuerteventura. Thank you so much for joining us on the streams. Watch back and keep up to date with everything on the social media of the Wingfoil World Tour. From myself, Ben Constanduris, and Joe alongside me, it's goodbye for now.
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. Fantastic conditions and all year-round warm temperatures make Sotavento a paradise for windsurfing, kiteboarding, and wingfoiling. The up-to-date rental equipment of the highest quality is constantly updated. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.